Mr. Hodge.
Commissioner, the next witness is Mr. Hartzer. Just before Mr. Hartzer begins, can I just indicate we received a witness statement from Mr. Tolman, the General Manager of Reward, Performance and Employee Relations at Westpac, and that statement dealt with questions regarding remuneration and incentives for senior executives of Westpac. So I tender the statement of Mr. Brett Mark Tolman dated 6 November 2018 with document ID WBC.900.001.1216 and its exhibits.
That statement and its exhibits become Exhibit 7.48.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Now, Mr. Hartzer, if I could just trouble you to stand a moment, can I begin by asking you whether you'd prefer to make an oath or make an affirmation? Hello. Swear the witness, please.
I swear by Almighty God.
I swear by Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give.
That the evidence I shall give.
Will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hartzer. Do sit down. Yes, Mr. Sheehan.
Thank you, sir. Your full name is Brian Charles Hartzer?
It is.
And your address is 275 Kent Street, Sydney, in New South Wales?
Yes.
You're by occupation the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Westpac Banking Corporation?
I am.
You're attending here in response to a summons?
That's correct.
Do you have the summons there with you?
I do.
I tender the summons, Commissioner.
Exhibit 7.49, the summons to Mr. Hartzer.
And you have prepared one statement for the purposes of this commission?
Yes, I have.
Dated the 16th of November 2018?
Yes.
Are its contents true and correct?
They are.
Commissioner, I tender that statement, the ID for which is WBC.900.001.1259.
That statement becomes Exhibit 7.50.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Sheehan. Yes, Mr. Hodge.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Hartzer, you were appointed the Managing Director and CEO of Westpac in February of 2015.
Yes, Mr. Hodge.
And between June 2012 and February 2015, you were the CEO of Westpac's Australian Financial Services Division.
That's correct.
And before joining Westpac, you were the CEO for Retail, Wealth and Ulster Bank at the Royal Bank of Scotland for 3 years.
Yes.
And before that, you were at ANZ for 10 years.
I was.
And at ANZ, you held a variety of roles, including being CEO of Australia and Global Segment Lead for Retail and Wealth.
Yes.
And then before that, you'd spent 10 years as a financial services consultant in the United States and Australia.
That's right.
What I want to do, or the first topic I want to deal with, is Westpac's approach to conduct and compliance risk. And in order to explore that topic with you, I want to deal with 2 case studies that came out of round 1 of the hearings and about which you have given a statement, or you have addressed in the statement that's been tendered. The first case study is the credit card limit increases case study, and broadly that case study concerned unsolicited credit card limit increase offers being sent to selected Westpac customers.
That's right.
And you have identified 2 types of conduct that were involved in the subject matter that formed the case study.
Yes.
And the first type of conduct that you've identified was the actual granting of credit limit increases to some existing customers without making fresh inquiries about their income and employment status.
Yes.
And that's what you term in your witness statement the offer conduct.
Yes.
And the second type of conduct relates to how Westpac engaged with ASIC.
Correct.
And you've termed that conduct in your witness statement the ASIC engagement conduct.
Yes.
And the way in which that second type of conduct comes about is that on the 12th of September 2012, ASIC had written to the Australian Bankers Association setting out its views as to how the responsible lending requirements in relation to credit limit increases, or how the responsible lending obligations applied to credit limit increases.
Yes.
And Westpac considered the points that were made by ASIC in September of 2012, but decided not to make any change to its process.
That's right.
And you have said in your statement that the issue that arose in relation to that second type of conduct arose due to a difference of opinion as to Westpac's obligations.
Yes.
That is, Westpac believed that there wasn't any problem under the responsible lending obligations with how it was dealing with credit limit increases.
That's correct.
But that was different from the view that ASIC had.
That's right.
And then in your view, there was a further issue, which is that Westpac didn't actually communicate with ASIC about the difference of view.
Correct.
It just continued on with making the credit limit increase offers in the way that it had been doing.
Yes, it considered the views, came to the view that what we were still doing was okay, and didn't then communicate that properly with ASIC.
What you say in your statement is that insufficient weight was given by Westpac to ASIC's views.
Yes.
And was it the case that insufficient weight was also given to the view of Westpac's risk and regulatory affairs teams?
I don't think I would characterize it that way.
I see. It wasn't just ASIC that held the view that there was a problem with the way in which Westpac was dealing with credit limit increase offers and the responsible lending obligations.
Well, there were certainly concerns from the regulatory team based on ASIC's position.
Well, the view of the risk and regulatory affairs team was that Westpac could not do nothing about ASIC's views.
Yes.
And the view was that there needed to be some change made to the process.
That was one of the views that was put forward, yes.
And the view was that the change would be beneficial to customer experience.
Potentially, not necessarily.
I'm sorry, are you disagreeing that the view was that there would be an improvement to customer experience, or are you just saying
Sorry,
a matter of objective
maybe
fact?
you could just restate the question so I answer it properly.
Maybe if it will help, if we just go to the document that I think you're referring to. This is WBC.099.001.2070. Commissioner, this was a document that was already tendered in round one of the hearings. It's Exhibit 1.164.12. So this is a chain of emails you've looked at before, which is an internal chain of emails between the product and risk teams.
This looks like a email within the risk team. So it's from someone in risk to someone else in risk.
I see. And then if we go over to page .2072, we see at the bottom of the page an email from Mark Stewart, who is the Senior Product Risk Manager, talking about how to address ASIC's expectations.
Yes.
And he explains that there's a couple of different ways that things could be done, and describes options 1 and 2 as the most change intensive but likely to provide a better business outcome and customer experience. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, the view of the product team was that Westpac should do nothing until ASIC made a formal request.
I believe I've seen that somewhere, but perhaps you could remind me by showing me that statement.
If we go to page 2071 of that document. So if you look at the bottom of the page, you'll see an email which says, what do you want me to do with this one? The product view is to not do anything unless ASIC makes a formal request.
I see that.
That's the statement that you're thinking of as well, I assume?
It is. I think there's a bit more context to this conversation, however.
When you say you think that, what do you mean by that, Mr. Hartzer?
So I'm just looking at the dates on this email. They were in October And my recollection is that the risk teams did do more action after this.
Ultimately, the risk and the product teams had a discussion and the decision was made in December not to change the process.
Yes.
And it's fair to say, isn't it, that the changes that would have been required in order to adapt the processes so as to be consistent with ASIC's guidance would have been unfavourable to Westpac's profits?
Possibly.
Well, it's obvious, isn't it? It would cost money in order to change the processes.
That is true.
And that would therefore negatively affect the profit.
Yes.
And the view that ultimately ended up prevailing was that of the product team to do nothing at that time?
I don't think that's how I would characterize it. My recollection is that it was a joint discussion between risk and product.
Well, the risk view that had been expressed was that a change should be made. The product view that had been expressed was that a change should not be made. And ultimately, it was agreed that no change would be made.
My point is, I don't think you've shown the basis on which the ultimate decision was made, which I think was a joint decision.
I see. You're saying ultimately it wasn't made over a recorded objection from risk.
Correct.
Risk and product got together and decided not to change the process.
That's right.
All right. And ASIC then discovered in 2014 that Westpac had not changed its process?
I'm not sure if that's an accurate characterization of it. My understanding is ASIC was aware through conversations along the way, but clearly they did an intervention later that suggested even if they were aware, they weren't fully aware. So, sorry, that sounds a little complicated, but I accept the basic premise that ASIC intervened at the date that you talked about to say that they wanted to change.
You accept that in 2014 ASIC intervened in order to say it wanted to change?
Yes.
But you're disagreeing with the proposition that ASIC intervened in 2014 because it had discovered that you hadn't changed?
Yeah, it's the characterization of they discovered it. I'm just not sure that's strictly accurate.
Do you think that they knew from back in 2012 that you hadn't changed your process?
I think that's possible.
And what is the basis upon which you say you think that's possible?
Just my recollection of conversations with some of the people involved, and I believe I've seen a document that mentions that ASIC was aware of the processes that we were following.
From 2012?
I believe so.
I see.
I can't recall the exact document, but I saw it at one point in my review.
I see. You make a statement in your statement that you understood that Westpac had continued to engage with ASIC about this.
That's my understanding.
And is the basis of the statement that you think that Westpac had continued to engage with ASIC these recollections that you've just spoken about now?
Yes.
And so you think ASIC knew in 2012 that Westpac hadn't changed its process, but then did nothing about it until 2014?
That's possible, but I'm not sure.
It doesn't make any sense, does it, that ASIC would know in 2012 that you weren't following what it had said was the legal obligations, but then waited until 2014 to say anything?
I understand the premise of your question. I'm not sure that it totally follows logically.
You know that ASIC considered Westpac, once it became fully aware of Westpac's position, that ASIC considered Westpac to be an outlier?
In which respect?
That is, that its position to continue to offer credit card limit increases in a way that wasn't consistent with ASIC's view was different from the position that had been taken by all of the other banks?
Yes.
Okay. And that is, you understood everyone else in the industry had accepted ASIC's position?
Effectively, yes.
And you're aware that ASIC's view was that the fact that Westpac or the business was able to overrule the regulatory affairs or compliance team within Westpac was indicative of poor culture and a weakness in independent control functions?
I'm aware that's a perception. I don't accept the premise that risk was overruled.
I see. You think that ultimately risk agreed to the decision as well?
Yes.
And assuming that's the case, does that suggest an even bigger problem within Westpac as at 2012?
No, I don't think so.
Is not a problem that risk would internally, as you pointed out in these emails, have formed the view that it ought to act in accordance with ASIC's view and that it was a better customer experience to do so, but then shifted its view after discussions with product?
Well, you're talking about different people within risk. Sorry, can you maybe just rephrase the question?
Do you think it is a problem that risk had internally formed a view that it should change and alter its position to accord with what ASIC wanted, but then after a discussion with product, it changed that position?
Strictly to the answer to your question, no, because I don't think that's... So I do think there is absolutely an issue in the way we handled this with ASIC, and today we would handle it very differently. So I'm not meaning to argue that point, but I'm just struggling with the suggestion that there was an overruling in this. And you can have different points of view within risk.
We're accepting, I think, in this series of questions, your proposition, which is it wasn't an overruling,
Okay.
that risk initially held a view and then it changed the view after speaking with product. The question I'm asking you is that in itself a problem?
You're talking about different parts of risk in this discussion, and I don't know that the credit risk team actually changed their mind per se. I think they held that same view.
Go on, Mr. Hartzer, I don't want to interrupt you.
I'm not sure that I have an issue with the basic fact that you can have a disagreement within risk.
I see. So now, just so we understand, your view is there's actually a disagreement within risk about whether the process should be changed.
That's what it appears to me from those emails.
From these emails that we just looked at?
You showed me an email from the regulatory risk team.
Yes.
And I'm referring to the fact that we had the credit risk team who had a different view of what was required.
And sorry, is the credit risk view that you're talking about something that's expressed in these emails?
There's reference to it in mention of one of the risk people that are there. But I guess in that one I was referring to something you referred to, which was about the decision that was made in December.
Step back from this and think about it in this way, Mr. Hartzer. Risk within Westpac ultimately agreed to a position that made Westpac an outlier compared to the other banks.
Yes.
Do you regard that as a problem with your risk function?
Not in itself.
And why not?
Because I think the issue is, having formed a different view, we should have engaged differently with ASIC. But that doesn't mean we have to always agree with all the other banks.
That doesn't mean, I'm sorry, what was that?
We don't have to agree with all the other banks all the time.
Or the regulator.
No, with the regulator, we need to work it through, and that, in my mind, is where we went wrong in this one.
But again, when you think about the effectiveness of the risk function within Westpac, does it tell you anything about the effectiveness of that function that the regulator has expressed a view that every other major bank has switched to accept that view, but that Westpac has not?
It concerns me that we didn't engage with the regulator when that point of view was pointed out, and that to me is where we clearly went wrong in this case.
We'll circle back to that in a moment. You have said in your statement that Westpac failed to sufficiently recognise the importance of resolving any difference of opinion with ASIC at the time.
Yes.
And what do you mean by that? How was the difference of opinion to be resolved?
Well, it was obvious, for the reasons you've articulated, that a letter sent to the ABA highlighted the position that ASIC had, yes, although it wasn't expressed as a firm position that this is what you must do. Nevertheless, having made a decision that was clearly counter to the view ASIC had expressed, we should have been proactive in going to ASIC, talking about the differences, seeing if we could resolve them, explaining why we thought our position was correct. And in this case, if ASIC had been firm in its views, we should have, in my view, acquiesced.
I see. So the problem was, in your view, not testing how firm ASIC was in its views.
In effect.
And if you'd tested ASIC's views and found that it probably wasn't going to take any enforcement action, it wouldn't have been a problem from your perspective to just continue?
Our position was that the process we were following was meeting the responsible lending obligations. It was explicitly designed to do that. But I think it's very clear that we should have paid more attention to ASIC's interpretation and guidance on that matter as to how we should have implemented those regulations.
You say in your statement that more senior leaders were not involved in the decision and that Westpac's processes for escalating risk and regulatory issues to more senior leaders were not fully developed at that time?
Yes.
And do you mean by this that you think that more senior leaders would have taken a different approach?
Yes, I do.
And how senior do you think it needed to rise before there would have been a different approach?
Well, I think today we would take a different approach before it got to more senior levels, frankly, because we've changed the process. But I would certainly expect that a business unit executive who was aware that ASIC had a profoundly different view on how we should undertake a basic activity would have had the responsibility to intervene and make a different decision.
Is it a problem, do you think? No, I withdraw that. Let me go back a step. There was a steering group that this was brought up to?
I'm not sure if I would describe it as a meeting between the product manager and the senior credit person.
I'll just show you a document. We bring up WBC.050.097.6212. So this is the minutes and action items from the Sustainable Banking Credit Cards Program Steering Committee.
Yes.
And if we go over to page 2 of that document, .6213, you see the open action item, which is about risk and product have reviewed the current CLI letter strategy.
Yes.
So when you say you're not sure whether you describe it as a steering committee, this is a steering committee, isn't it?
It is. I see what you're saying. My point was that I believe that decision, which is what's recorded in the minutes there, had been taken before this meeting. And this meeting is recording that, is my understanding.
Well, what happened was it came to the steering committee initially, and then it was sent away for product and risk to attempt to resolve their differences of views. Is that right?
I'm not sure if that's the exact process. I don't know.
You know it was reported back up to the steering committee.
Yes.
And is the steering committee, in your view, not senior enough to have appreciated the issue?
In this case, the way we would run it would be different today.
Do the people who are described here, do they not constitute people who are more senior leaders, in your view?
Would you mind going back a slide?
Yes, if we go back a page to the first page, .6212.
This looks like a committee within the product management area, and so it would not have the level of seniority we would put to a disagreement with the regulator today.
I see. If there was a disagreement between the regulator and Westpac today, it would go up to a much more senior level.
Yes.
And your point is, you would then expect that at that more senior level, they would reach out to engage with ASIC about the difference of view.
Yes.
And to test how firm ASIC was in its view.
Yes.
And even assuming that Westpac's processes at the time were not fully developed, would you not have expected that even just at this level, that the managers and executives of Westpac would have shown a greater degree of respect for the view of the regulator?
In hindsight, yes.
And would you have expected that they would only act in opposition to those views if they'd received some sort of sign-off from Westpac's internal or external lawyers and senior executives?
Probably yes, depend on the matter.
And when you've reflected then on this case study, has it told you anything about Westpac's, or at least at the time, that managers and employees at this level would simply act in defiance of ASIC's views without taking it to more senior executives and without seeking internal or external legal clearance?
I think there was clearly a deficiency in understanding the seriousness with which regulatory disagreements needed to be dealt with. There needed to be clearer ownership within the first line business management for the fact that they were accountable for making sure they met their compliance requirements. And I think the combination of those things today would lead to a very different engagement with ASIC.
Well, it would lead to an engagement with ASIC, is your point, isn't it?
In detail on this one, yes.
I'm sorry, I missed that last part. Did you say in the detail of this one?
Yes.
When ASIC commenced looking into Westpac's credit limit increase processes in 2014, Westpac suspended making any bank-initiated limit increase offers.
Yes.
And just so I can make sure I've understood this, what had happened, as we understand it, is that ASIC had conducted a follow-up with Westpac about 15 months after it sent its 2012 letter, and at that stage then became aware that that Westpac was not following the guidance that ASIC had given.
Yes.
And ASIC's view was that Westpac refused to change its practices until faced with the threat of legal action.
I understand that to be ASIC's view, yes.
And that was consistent, or that is consistent with the approach of the product team that we see recorded in that email from Risk, which is to do nothing until ASIC formally approached Westpac.
In effect, yes.
And it must be the case that Westpac was therefore content to continue offering credit limit increases, notwithstanding that difference of internal views about the appropriateness of doing so, unless or until ASIC intervened.
I wouldn't describe that as being the senior philosophy we would have taken to an issue like that. Our goal would be to be compliant, but I definitely accept that that was the effect of the lack of engagement with ASIC.
Well, I want to come back to that in a moment, that your goal was to be compliant. But before we get to that, let's just work through the last part of this. One of the reasons that Westpac continued with the process as it was to obtain the profits from the limit increase program.
That would be one of the reasons.
And that's what Mr. Malcolm of Westpac accepted in round one.
Yes.
Are you aware of that?
Roughly.
And we understand Westpac's estimate of the profits it made on its credit limit increase program from around this time was about $23 million.
I've seen that, yes.
And Westpac has now made a number of changes to its systems and processes since all of this occurred.
Yes.
And in March 2015, Westpac finalised changes to its credit limit increase processes. And that meant that then it came in line with what ASIC wanted.
Yes.
And that fixed the compliance problem.
Yes.
And that's therefore fixing the first type of conduct that you've identified, the offer conduct.
That's right.
But I think the point, or I get the sense that the point that you're trying to make is you don't necessarily even now accept that ASIC's view was right.
Right in terms of what?
In terms of the application of the responsible lending obligations to credit limit increase offers.
Well, it's sort of, we can have disagreements. It's kind of moot because credit limit increase offers have ceased altogether.
Yes. So I think by saying that, you're saying you don't need to accept it anymore, because whether it's right or wrong anymore, because it just
I
doesn't
haven't spent
matter.
a lot of time thinking about it because we stopped doing it.
Okay. And in terms of Westpac's dealings with ASIC, you point to a number of measures that, in your opinion, mean that Westpac would deal with the matter differently if it occurred today.
Definitely.
And the first is increased accountability in the first line of defence.
Yes.
And I think that's what you might have been referring to a moment ago. How would that affect this type of issue?
We like to talk about risk as having a risk framework being 3 lines of defense. The business itself, the first line, the risk department, and the audit function. I think on some of these matters historically, and there's an irony in this, we had centralized a lot of engagement with regulators in order to make sure that we covered these issues. That had the unintended consequence of making, in some cases, businesses feel that they weren't on the hook for the compliance and that the risk department would tell them what they could and couldn't do. What we've clarified is that the first line actually needs to take ownership and accountability for their compliance obligations, and that risk is part of that chain, but the first line can't devolve that responsibility to the risk department.
I'm not sure whether you've answered the question that I asked, which is, how is it that the increased accountability in the first line of defence would affect the outcome of this issue?
I'm sorry. So by what I was getting at was that the first line now understands much more clearly that they are on the hook for thinking these things through, and that they, therefore, in this situation, would think much more seriously about putting themselves in a position that was counter to a regulator's view.
I see. And how is it that you've brought about the change that the first line, that is the business, is more concerned with regulators' views?
So we've done that through a variety of means. We've updated and clarified many of the risk frameworks internally to make that clear. We've changed our operating policies and processes around risk management, reporting of issues. We've made the frontline people being the ones who have to front discussions, for example, with the board on risk matters that relate to their area. We've made it much more explicit in the way we measure people. We've made the consequences much more explicit, and so on. We've also beefed up the regulatory team who deals with the regulators, put better processes in place to engage with them on a regular basis. I would venture to say everyone internally is now very clear that the views of the regulators and their compliance obligations must be observed.
But that's something you think wasn't clear, at least as at 2012?
Not sufficiently.
And is clear now?
Yes.
And do you have a view as to what the tipping point was?
Well, this particular incident was an important contributor to that.
I see. So effectively from 2015, you've put real effort into trying to have the bank respect the views of the regulator.
I'm not sure I would put it quite like that, but certainly from 2015, we put a lot more effort into understanding and clarifying the policies and procedures on these issues.
And so that seems to suggest, just taking the first point, that a problem that you diagnosed that led to this conduct was that in 2012 the business function wasn't sufficiently accountable for how it responded to the regulator's views.
It wasn't clearly enough, it certainly wasn't clear enough on its accountability for that.
And now you think it is accountable for that?
Yes.
And then you say the second of the enhancements is to the second line of defence, which includes the establishment of a dedicated regulatory governance and insurance function reporting to the Chief Risk Officer.
Yes.
And how in practice would that team be engaged on an issue like credit limit increases if they were permitted today?
Well, there's an ongoing dialogue with the regulators to understand what issues are on their mind. They monitor incidents and questions that come up from the businesses and engage frequently with the businesses. We also have an extensive proactive process looking through each of our products and business areas for issues that might be an issue, and then that team gets engaged in looking at those issues and coordinating with regulators.
But again, just if you can, trying to answer my question, if this specific issue arose today, that is, ASIC expressed a view to the ABA, which passed it on to its members, that responsible lending obligations required particular processes in relation to credit limit increases, how would this expanded regulatory team be engaged?
How would they be engaged in that process?
In the issue, that's right.
So they would be directly speaking with the regulators. They might frequently coordinate meetings between the business leaders and the regulators themselves, which is something we're doing a lot more of, so that feedback goes direct. They would then be keeping track of that issue and making sure that it was on the agenda for our various risk forums so that senior people had visibility on it, and they would coordinate the process of looking to and responding to the regulators' views.
The third way in which you say things have been changed to address the issue is the expansion of management reporting about regulatory matters.
Yes.
And you say that expansion of management reporting involved strengthening the focus on regulatory matters in divisional committees that ultimately report to the Board Risk and Compliance Committee?
Yes.
And what does that mean exactly?
Each of our businesses now have dedicated committees where they review risk issues. One of the clear agenda items around that is anything to do with various regulators. Those get reviewed at various levels through the company and then cascaded up into the executive risk meeting, which I chair, along with the chief risk officer, and then ultimately those go to the board. We also have dedicated regulatory reporting to the board now, which picks up matters across the company.
So this seems to involve a more developed sense of identifying regulatory matters at a lower level down in the company and then pushing them up all the way to the top. Is that the idea?
That's part of it, yes.
And the Risk and Compliance Committee is responsible for overseeing the identification, management and reporting of risks?
And the closure out of those issues, yes.
Banking is a very heavily regulated industry.
It is.
And regulation and regulatory action can present material risks to Westpac's operations.
Yes.
But in 2012, there was no dedicated regulatory reporting in place.
Regulatory reporting happened in risk reporting, but it wasn't broken out as a separate agenda item necessarily. It usually sat within operating risk reports or other general risk reports. So the subtlety is pulling it all together and giving it a particular focus.
By having a separate agenda item.
That's right.
So, I don't want to be unfair about this, but is the third point that you raise about expansion of management reporting about regulatory matters, that is, there will now be a separate agenda item at these committees, divisional committees, about risk?
That's an element of it, yes.
And that's how Westpac has strengthened the focus on regulatory matters in divisional risk committees?
Yes.
And when was that separate agenda item introduced?
I can't recall exactly, but it would have been over the last couple of years.
And is the idea then that that separate agenda item will contribute to a culture where regulatory issues are taken seriously?
Yes.
Again, stepping back to the case study, given that the letter was written to the ABA, wouldn't you have expected that senior leaders within the bank would have been aware of it?
In hindsight, that seems obvious, but not necessarily. The ABA doesn't function necessarily as a structured response to regulators. So typically there's more direct engagement with the regulator on issues.
But ASIC has written to the ABA has passed the letter on to all of the members.
Yes.
Have you looked at why it is that senior executives within the business weren't aware of the letter?
Not on that particular matter, no.
Why is it that you would expect this type of issue, that is an issue where ASIC has written to the ABA to express a particular view about how the responsible lending obligations apply, and the response of Westpac to that letter would be one that would have to percolate up through the management ranks rather than being one that would be dealt with by senior executives being aware of it and stepping in?
I agree that that letter should have gotten more visibility, and it may have done. I just don't know. But what I would say is that the ABA is not typically the channel by which the regulator deals with the banks on particular matters. That was what I was trying to express before. So a serious regulatory matter would tend to be more of a direct discussion with the regulator.
One way or the other, though, you know, in this case, the letter went to the ABA and it was distributed to all of the banks.
Yes.
Every other bank changed its processes. Westpac didn't. But you agree?
I don't know if those are causal, but yes.
Sorry, you don't know whether the other banks changed their processes because of
the
ASIC's
ABA
letter. You think they might have simply independently formed the view that what they were doing was unlawful?
No, I'm saying that there may have been other engagement between the regulator and those entities.
I see. And you know that the letter made its way into the further down the management chain at Westpac.
Yes.
But you haven't looked into why it is that nobody at a more senior level stepped in.
Not on that particular matter, no.
And if you haven't looked into that, does that suggest that you haven't necessarily fully investigated and understood what the problem was within Westpac at the time?
I don't think so. I think that the steps that we've taken to strengthen the attention and the resourcing and the focus on regulatory matters would address that issue in any event.
The fourth matter that you point to is an increase in regular engagement between ASIC and Westpac.
Yes.
And in particular, you pointed to the fact that you have an annual meeting with the chair of ASIC, and there are meetings between other senior leaders in the bank with ASIC.
Yes.
And are those meetings a recent development?
It's been evolving.
How long have you been having an annual meeting with the chairman of ASIC?
Certainly since I've been CEO, I have.
Since 2015?
Yes. And I would say, although I couldn't say for sure, that the same would have been happening with my predecessor.
And the credit limit increase offer issue, is that one that you would have expected to have been raised at one of these meetings?
Quite potentially.
A meeting with you?
I'm sure if there were an issue like that today, yes.
If ASIC knew that Westpac wasn't acting in accordance with its guidance, you expect that as an issue that will be raised with you at the meeting?
Yes, although I expect I would have heard about it by now, given the process we now have.
But in order for ASIC to be raising that at a meeting with you, it would be necessary for ASIC to first be aware of the position that Westpac had taken.
Yes.
And your point about the problems that needed to be addressed was that no one had thought in the first place to engage with ASIC in order to tell them that there was a difference of view.
Yes.
So it seems unlikely, doesn't it, that the meetings between you and the chairman would be something that would address this particular problem?
Well, if there were an ongoing issue, I would expect him to raise it with me.
Once ASIC was aware of it?
Certainly.
And the fifth matter you point to is that there are a range of measures designed to improve Westpac's compliance culture.
Yes.
And those measures include town hall meetings, a new performance development framework, and an initiative called Our Compass to communicate Westpac's culture and set clear expectations for employees.
Yes.
And why do you think that those measures will be effective?
Well, I think it's on their own, they're not sufficient, but I think that it's a mechanism we've used to communicate much more directly with our people the importance of compliance, meeting the code of conduct, having an open relationship with regulators, logging issues when they arise and the like.
How will the effectiveness of those measures be assessed?
We look at it through a number of lenses. Staff surveys are an example. We explicitly ask people about whether they feel comfortable to speak up, whether they feel issues will be addressed. We have whistleblower tools that we keep track of, and a very important tool we call Juno, which is our compliance incident management tool that every staff member has access to log incidents where they think there might be an issue.
So this credit limit increase offers issue, is that one that you would now expect would be logged through Juno
Yes,
and logged by risk?
by whomever comes across it as an issue first.
Your belief is things have changed enough that now within your bank it will be understood that there is an issue with going directly against the view that ASIC has expressed about the law.
Absolutely.
But that at the time, for whatever reason, that wasn't the case.
Yes.
And you say in your statement that no consequences were taken against managers or executives on the basis of the conduct specific to this case study.
That's right.
And that includes the way Westpac engaged with ASIC.
That's right.
And you say that you consider it appropriate that specific adverse consequences were not applied to individuals in relation to that conduct.
Yes.
And we understand there's no record of remuneration consequences even having been considered in respect of those individuals.
Yes.
You agree there's no record of that
I
having
agree.
been considered. Would you have expected that there would be a record of consideration?
In this case, no, and the reason is that we considered this issue as not being an issue warranting a consequence because of the history of it as I've described to you. Therefore, it wasn't considered for a consequence. If it happened today, the situation would be different.
Well, you don't know whether it was considered for a consequence or not.
Well, I vaguely remember the discussion coming up, but the conclusion, as in my evidence, was that this wasn't an issue that individuals needed to bear consequences on.
You recall this coming up in 2015 or earlier?
15, roughly.
After you were the CEO?
I suppose it must have been technically at the end of 2015 I was CEO, but that issue wouldn't have necessarily been on my agenda.
Will you recall a discussion where this came up? At what level was it coming up?
So what I'm trying to refer to is, as we worked through the issue with ASIC and made the decision to change the practice around CLIs, we had a discussion. I don't remember the specifics of when that happened, but it would have been around the time we made the decision to change the process, that there were learnings out of the event, but it wasn't that someone had done the wrong thing, and therefore it didn't flow through into remuneration that year.
Were you involved in dealing with ASIC in order to change the process?
I don't believe I specifically was, no.
But you recall having been involved in some discussion about what the learnings were and whether there should be remuneration consequences?
Yes.
And do you remember, was that part of a particular committee that you were on?
I don't know.
Do you remember who raised the issue with you?
Not specifically.
Do you know why there's no record of this consideration?
Which consideration?
The consideration of whether there should be remuneration consequences.
Well, again, it's consistent with my recollection of the event that there was a discussion about whether there was some specific harm that had been done by an individual, and my recollection is our learnings from it was no. Therefore, it doesn't surprise me that there isn't a document about it in REM time.
I'm having a little bit of trouble pinning down exactly what the evidence is that you're giving. Are you saying that you recall having participated in a discussion about whether there should be remuneration consequences for anyone arising from this issue?
It wasn't discussed like that. It would be my general recollection.
So what is it that you're recalling?
What I'm recalling is that the issue of what are the learnings out of the CLI experience and did somebody do the wrong thing here? And which implicitly, I guess, suggests was there rem, but that would come later. We concluded there wasn't a specific error by an individual, and therefore we took the learnings around process and we moved on. And so therefore I wouldn't expect it to come back up at REM time, which would have been in September, October.
I see. You say in your statement that you consider it appropriate that no consequences followed from Westpac's behaviour in engaging with ASIC because the primary cause of the conduct was the way in which Westpac's broader systems and culture addressed regulatory issues. That's paragraph 26, subparagraph B of Mr. Hartzer's statement.
Page 1265.
Thank you, Commissioner. You see that at the bottom of the page there, Mr. Hartzer?
Yes.
And that statement that your understanding is that the primary cause of the conduct is the way in which Westpac's broader systems and culture addressed regulatory issues. Is that a conclusion or a learning you recall also having come to in 2015?
In effect, yes.
And it appears as if the point you are making is that the cause of the way in which Westpac interacted with ASIC was Westpac's culture at the time.
I'm referring to the combination of processes and expectations that we discussed earlier in that statement.
Well, the processes are that it wasn't being percolated up from lower down up to higher up.
That's part of it, yes.
And the culture is that there wasn't an appreciation of the significance of respecting the view of the regulator.
Particularly in the first line, yes.
And then when you're explaining that this is why it wouldn't be appropriate to take action against any managers or executives, that rather suggests that you're saying it wouldn't be fair to punish specific individuals involved in the decision making and interaction with the regulator because they were acting within their authority in accordance with the culture of Westpac.
In effect, yes.
And does that seem problematic to you if you want to change the culture of the bank? Don't you need to apply remuneration consequences to employees who act in a way that you don't want them to act?
Yes, although I think we also have an obligation on ourselves as a company to make expectations very clear up front, and I think that's part of the issue here.
Is your point it wasn't clear at the time to employees that there was an expectation that they would respect the view of the regulator, and therefore it's unfair to apply remuneration consequences?
I wouldn't say it in such a sweeping way.
But isn't that the essence of what you're getting at?
I'm not exactly.
So when you say that the expectations weren't clear, what are the expectations that weren't clear?
Well, as we discussed before, the expectations on the first line about their accountability for making sure that the compliance goals were met and that they understood the expectations of the regulators as opposed to them relying on the risk department to tell them what they could and couldn't do.
I'm not sure I understand the second part of that. There's never been any suggestion, is there, that anyone was in any doubt within Westpac about what ASIC expected?
Well, no, the expectations were there, but as we've discussed earlier, there was a genuinely held view that the regulations were different, and ASIC's view is not necessarily the same as the interpretation of the law. So
can we set aside the idea of whether the business needed to understand ASIC's expectations, because they understood what ASIC's expectations were, didn't they?
Yes.
So the issue is they didn't understand that Westpac's expectation was that the business would act in accordance with the view of the regulator.
In effect, yes.
And so the point that you're making is because Westpac had not sufficiently communicated that expectation to its business, therefore remuneration consequences ought not flow.
That's an element of it, yes.
Does it seem strange to you, again, just stepping back, that Westpac needs to communicate to its employees that it expects them to comply with the views of the regulator?
Well, I think it's important that we make that very, very clear.
I'm just struggling with the idea that you would therefore apply no remuneration consequences because you don't think you'd sufficiently communicated to employees within the business that they needed to comply with the views of the regulator.
Well, this situation had a number of aspects to it, and we took all those things into account. It wasn't obvious to us that someone had acted in bad faith or not followed their responsibilities, and therefore we didn't see it as an issue where REM implications should happen. But again, I'm not defending that practice. We've changed that practice, and we would deal with it very differently today.
Again, I just need to pick you up on that. When you say we didn't think that it was necessary for remuneration consequences to follow, can we be clear about this? That there wasn't any consideration given to remuneration consequences following?
Well, that would have flowed if we had decided that someone had done the wrong thing.
And so is it the case that today you think there would be remuneration consequences?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because the expectations are much clearer. We would manage the process quite differently, and someone who made those same judgments in our current framework would know or certainly be found to be going against the practices that we set today.
Can we move then to understand what that practice is and how this relates to risk appetite? Westpac maintains a risk appetite statement.
Yes, we do.
And Westpac has no appetite for compliance risk.
Correct.
That is, it has no appetite to breach legal obligations or regulatory requirements.
Correct.
And the risk appetite statement identifies key risks and the amount of risk that Westpac is willing to accept.
Yes.
And it doesn't identify that Westpac has any appetite for risking a breach of the law.
That's right.
And does it therefore follow that Westpac has no appetite for risking a breach of the law?
Essentially, yes.
And has that always been the case?
I think in principle, yes, although I think we've documented that better in recent times.
Do you think that at some earlier point in time there was some uncertainty within Westpac as to whether there was an appetite for risking a breach of the law?
No, I don't think that's true.
And Westpac also has no appetite for failure to design and monitor its policies, products and services to support fair, clear and suitable outcomes for its customers?
I'm sorry, would you mind repeating
I'll bring that up. Can we bring up WBC.120.001.0420 at .0449?
Sorry, can we have the numbers again?
Yes, Commissioner. It's WBC.120.001.0420 and the page is .0449. So this is the segment of Westpac's group risk appetite statement dealing with conduct risk.
Yes.
And we see the risk appetite statement there.
Yes.
And the second sentence says, we have no appetite for failure to design and monitor our policies, products and services to support fair, clear and suitable outcomes for our customers.
Yes.
This includes conduct that undermines market integrity and inappropriate sales and distribution practices.
Yes.
And has that appetite for conduct risk changed at all?
This is, well, do you mean at a philosophical level, or do you mean specifically in terms of these documents?
Well, let's take it in turn. First, at a philosophical level, has it changed? And then in terms of the documents, has it changed?
Yes.
In what way has it changed?
Well, conduct risk as a theme is relatively new as a area of practice in banks globally, and banks, including us, are continuing to try to get better at figuring out how you define and measure against conduct risk appetites. And so this document that you're looking at here is part of an evolution. It's sort of where we are today, but we continue to look for other measures we can use to make the measurement of conduct risk more objective.
Is the development that you're talking about the ways in which you try to measure these things and
Yes.
come up with dashboard measures and things like that?
That's right.
But it's, so far as you have been involved with Westpac, it's always been the case that Westpac has no appetite for failing to design and monitor its policies, products and services to support fair, clear and suitable outcomes for its customers.
As far as I know, that's right.
And that's conduct risk. And just so I can be clear, that issue we were talking about in terms of legal obligations and breaching the law and regulatory requirements, that's what's referred to as compliance risk.
Yes.
And in your view, was making offers of credit card limit increases to some existing customers without making fresh inquiries about their income and employment status a failure to design and monitor Westpac's policies, products and services to support fair, clear and suitable outcomes for its customers?
Not necessarily, no.
Why is that?
Well, as I said, the design of the process was very explicitly designed to try to meet the responsible lending legislation. We had, in the end, a difference of opinion with ASIC as to what specific measures were required. So I would describe it in a sense as we ended up with a compliance risk, and in that sense, it's a risk that we wouldn't take today.
Well, that's compliance risk, and we'll come back to that in a moment. But in terms of conduct risk, do you think that there was a conduct risk involved with this conduct of making the offers without making inquiries as to employment status and income?
The design of the system was very much to meet the responsible lending obligations, which implies meeting the conduct obligations that you refer to.
In your view, meeting the responsible lending obligations is equivalent to addressing the conduct risk and having appropriate systems and policies?
I think
case?
In this case, I think so.
And it must follow, mustn't it, that you thought that there was some conduct risk involved with the conduct because you changed the process in 2014?
Again, I would probably put that one under compliance risk rather than conduct risk.
Okay. Well, then let's take it as a compliance risk matter. You have the view of the regulator in 2012 as to how the law applies. You agree?
Yes.
And Westpac makes the decision not to act in accordance with that view.
Yes.
Your position today, Westpac's position for some years, is that there was a reasonable basis for its interpretation of the law.
Yes.
And you make the point in your statement that when it comes to matters of things like the application of the responsible lending obligations, there can be differences of opinion as to how the law applies.
Yes.
Or what the law is and how it applies.
Yes.
And what I'm trying to understand is, if you have a situation where ASIC says this is our view of the law and Westpac has a different view of the law, that must nevertheless seem to carry with it the risk for Westpac that it will contravene the law.
Yes.
And Westpac, as you understand it, has philosophically never had an appetite for risking a contravention of the law.
Yes, that's my understanding.
I'm sorry?
That's my understanding.
So, in practical terms, what does it say about how meaningful any of this is when you write down, we have no appetite for risking a contravention of the law, if in fact, even in the face of a letter from the regulator, you risk a contravention of the law?
Well, you're talking about a letter from the regulator in 2012. The process we're looking at today is very different, and today we wouldn't do it like that.
But your appetite for compliance risk hasn't changed.
The process of managing compliance risk was not as robust as it should have been.
I see. So the change is not about the appetite for risk. The change is just about the way in which compliance risk gets managed.
I suppose that's right.
And those changes then are limited to the things that you've spoken about, which are there's now separate risk reporting within divisional committee, or a separate agenda item for risk reporting within divisional committees. You've tried to encourage your first line to understand what's going on. You've improved your second line, I think, is that, and you engage with the regulator.
We have new systems. We have a new engagement process with regulators. We have new operating management processes that look at these things through our various committees.
And is the point of all of that that you think, therefore, today somebody would recognise that there was a compliance risk involved in continuing with this?
Absolutely.
And therefore it wouldn't occur?
Correct.
Isn't the problem with the strength of that belief that you know in 2012 that risk recognised that there was a problem?
I don't understand your question.
Well, it's not the case that no one recognised in 2012 within Westpac that there was a compliance risk involved in Westpac continuing with the way it was acting.
That's correct.
It was recognised.
In some parts of risk, yes.
So the solution then is to just hope that the processes will mean that that recognition will expand out further.
I don't think that's what I said.
Do you think that the product team didn't recognise the risk of not complying with the law?
Yes.
You think they didn't understand it?
I don't know what was in their head, but they clearly didn't appreciate the importance of treating it as seriously as they should.
And so, if a similar situation arose today, the point at which Westpac would change its practices would be what?
After a more thorough discussion with the regulator, which would have happened much sooner.
So not as soon as it's aware of what the regulator's view is?
Well, you can have genuine disagreements, which is the point I make in my statement. Sometimes they might form a view. We might have other facts that they're not aware of. The proper process is to engage, to share our views, explain our rationale, let them consider it. But if after that process we still don't agree, then overwhelmingly we would default to their view.
I see. And in your view then, that fits with this idea of an appetite for no compliance risk?
Yes.
Can we move then to the second case study, which concerns car loans? I'm sorry, I tender the group risk appetite statement, Commissioner.
Group Risk Appetite Statement WBC 12000100420, Exhibit 7.51.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll just ask you something else before we do that. Have you spoken to the people from product who had the view in 2012 that they should continue with the conduct?
No, they no longer work for us.
Nobody involved in product works there anymore?
Well, there might have been junior people, but the senior people do not work for us anymore.
I see. So it's not been possible for you to understand why exactly they took the view that they took?
No.
Okay. would that be something that you would be interested in terms of trying to understand what the problem was?
At one level, yes, but frankly, I feel we've made enough changes that it wouldn't happen again, so that would be a matter of academic interest.
I see. And if we switch then to the second case study, which is about car loans, and that was a case study that involved flex commissions and reliance on dealers.
I'm not sure if that's a flex commission case study. Could you be more specific which case study you're referring to?
Yes, the case study involving the loan that was made to Nalini through a Van Gadam.
Yes.
And that was an inappropriate loan made by the Bank of Melbourne.
Yes.
And wasn't there a flex commission involved in that loan?
I can't recall. There may have been.
I see.
Not to my
Wasn't it the
recollection,
case-
Mr. Hodge.
Sorry?
Not to my recollection.
You
Perhaps
don't...
I'm wrong.
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Not to my recollection.
And
It's a long time ago. There's been a bit happened since then.
and what I want to do is to look at two aspects of the car loan issue. The first is to just understand some aspects of Westpac's approach to flex commissions. And so to do that, I just want to make sure we've understood some things about the market. At the last time that this issue was addressed with Westpac, which was in round one, the overwhelming majority of car loans on issue by Westpac were initiated by dealers.
Yes.
And is that still the case?
Yes, it is.
And Westpac is a very significant participant in the car loan market.
Yes.
The number of car loans on issue by Westpac by or through dealers in 2017 was well into multiple hundreds of thousands.
That sounds right.
And the quantum of car loans on issue by Westpac was in the multiple billions of dollars.
Yes.
And Westpac was typically number one or number two in the market for auto finance through dealer intermediaries.
Yes.
And at the time of the hearings, Westpac was heavily committed to the motor vehicle dealership model and physical point of sale model.
Yes.
And is that still the case?
Yes.
Now, the case study involved entering into a loan with Bank of Melbourne in July 2012.
Yes.
And the loan is one that Bank of Melbourne acknowledged should not have been approved.
Yes.
And Westpac has acknowledged that its processes in relation to the approval of the loan were deficient.
Yes.
And the loan was considered by two credit officers.
I don't know that off the top of my head, I'm afraid.
I think that's some evidence that Mr. Godkin gave. In any event, you're aware that it was ultimately manual or subject to manual approval?
Yes.
And that's because the credit score is automatically generated, and if it falls below a certain threshold, it is referred to the credit team for a manual assessment.
Yes.
And Westpac has acknowledged that it breached obligations imposed under the NCCP Act.
Yes.
And that included failure to take reasonable steps to verify the financial situation of the borrower.
Yes.
And Westpac has also acknowledged that the loan was unsuitable.
Yes.
Now, I think you've identified that the loan was made for broadly two reasons. One, because of the dealer's conduct in preparing the loan application, and two, because of Westpac's approval processes.
Yes.
And one of the issues with the approval process was that the application listed no expenses.
That's right.
And Westpac systems allowed a loan application to list no expenses and still be approved.
Yes.
And the consequence then is the system permitted a situation where a loan could be made where Westpac had no idea what the borrower's expenses were.
Yes, although there's a subtlety to that.
And what's that subtlety?
That there was a default in the event that the expenses were below something that was called at the time the Henderson Poverty Index. It would default to that as the assumed expenses for the loan.
I see. And there was also an independent failure by Westpac to properly assess the application.
Yes.
And it was not, you say in your statement, sufficiently verified.
Correct.
Commissioner, I just note the time. Is that a convenient time to take a 5-minute break?
Yes, if we come back at, say, 3:20.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Hartzer.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, you were asked a number of questions, Mr. Hartzer, in order to try to understand your view as to why it is that the problems arose in relation to this particular loan.
Sorry,
In relation to this loan that was made by the Bank of Melbourne, you were asked a number of questions
Yes.
to try to understand your view as to why those problems arose.
Yes.
And therefore what Westpac had done to fix it.
Yes.
And in your statement, you say that you have not identified any internal reward or remuneration issues that contributed to the decision by Westpac to approve the loan.
That's right.
And can we take it from that you're referring there to Westpac's staff as opposed to the dealer business manager?
That's right.
And you say that Westpac employees responsible for approving loans such as those made in this case are not incentivised to approve loans.
That's right.
So does it follow therefore that whatever the failing is simply a failing to have adequately applied the responsible lending obligations?
Yes.
And does that suggest then the possibility that the problem, at least at the time, was an inadequate culture for respecting the responsible lending obligations?
I don't think that follows.
So what then is the possible explanation for why there was this failure to follow the responsible lending obligations?
Well, I can't speak for the dealer themselves, but...
Well, we're not talking about the dealer, we're just talking
Right.
about the employees
So
of Westpac.
I just wanted to clarify that. So for our employees, the credit officers clearly made a mistake here.
I see. From your perspective, it's just some mistake that was made.
That's what it looks like to me.
I see. And have you considered whether there might be cultural factors that contributed to the conduct?
We've considered it, but it's not obvious that that's an issue here.
When you consider the 2 case studies from round 1, the credit card limit increase offers and the car loan, both of which involve Westpac taking a particular approach to the responsible lending obligations, does that suggest anything to you about the culture within Westpac in relation to responsible lending?
No, I think they're different issues, each of them.
I see. And in your statement, you say in relation to the dealer didn't follow Westpac's policies and procedures.
That's right.
And you say that the reasons for the dealer business manager's failure to follow the correct procedures in relation to the particular loan are not clear.
I'm sorry, could you just say that again?
You say in your statement in paragraph 33, the reason for the dealer business manager's failure to follow the correct procedures in relation to the particular loan are not clear.
Yes.
And have you considered what the possible explanations are?
Yes.
And what are the possible explanations that you've identified?
Well, certainly the pursuit of a commission on the car is one. Another is, from reading the story, it was a very sad story of a woman who was really desperate to get a car, and he may have been just really trying to get her a car. So, you know, that could have been part of it.
And when you're obviously very experienced, Mr. Hartzer, in relation to finance, when you have to choose between those 2 possibilities, one of which is doing something in order to make a profit and get the commission, and the other of which is engaging in some sort of fraud or misrepresentation to Westpac out of the goodness of the dealer's heart, which one do you think is more likely?
I couldn't say. I'm not a car dealer.
Does it seem to you that when Westpac is coming to design its systems and be involved with car dealers, which are its principal source of making auto finance, that it needs to actually think about things from the perspective of the car dealer?
It's certainly, yes.
So can I suggest the rather flippant answer, which is you're not a car dealer, rather ignores the position that you're in, which is that you are dependent upon car dealers in order to make these loans for your profit.
I want to make sure I understand your question.
You gave an answer before. I want to suggest to you it was a flippant answer, which is you're not a car dealer.
You asked me why the person made the decision they made,
Yes.
and that's my response to that.
Don't you need to think about why car dealers are doing things if you are the one who is remunerating them and you are dependent upon them in order to generate business for you?
We absolutely have an obligation to think about the controls that need to be in place for car dealers in this position, given that they are representing us in providing that finance. And we've made a number of improvements to those controls since that time to address that issue.
Westpac has acknowledged that the flex commission model of remuneration carries the risk that some dealers may prefer their own interests to the interests of consumers.
Yes.
And Mr. Godkin accepted that flex commissions create the risk of a conflict of interest between dealers and customers.
Yes.
And Westpac itself accepted that in a submission that it made to ASIC in 2016.
Yes.
And it therefore sought or submitted to ASIC that ASIC ought to ban flex commissions.
Yes.
And that was because from Westpac's perspective, flex commissions were not in the interests of consumers.
That they created the potential for risk to bad outcomes for consumers, yes.
Flex commissions were only in the interests, can I suggest, of dealers and Westpac.
Yes.
They're in the interests of dealers because dealers could make more money by flexing up the commission.
Yes.
And they're in the interests of Westpac because they're an incentive for the dealer to deliver business to Westpac.
Yes.
And Westpac understood all of this in 2016 because it set it out in its letter to ASIC.
Yes.
But it decided not to abandon flex commissions itself.
Yes, although we did put caps in.
And it also submitted to ASIC that rather than moving immediately to ban flex commissions, that it supported a transition period of about 18 months.
Yes.
And it made a particular point, which was that Westpac was different from its smaller competitors. It would take it longer to change its systems over.
That's right.
And that would seem to mean, therefore, that what Westpac was asking for was a ban, but a ban over a period of time that best suited Westpac. Do you agree?
That's one way to interpret it.
Is there another way to interpret it?
Yeah, we were trying to be operationally practical. We had some very old, clunky car finance systems that were difficult to change. And we had existing contracts on foot with dealers that would need to be worked through.
And the reason that Westpac didn't want to simply move itself to give up flex commissions was because it didn't want to be the first mover in the industry.
We didn't think that being the first mover would actually achieve the elimination of flex commissions because we didn't think the others would change if they weren't required to.
But it would mean that you would no longer be paying flex commissions.
Yes, and we felt that that would mean we were no longer effectively in the business.
And it would mean that you would no longer be incentivizing dealers to have a conflict of interest between themselves and the customer.
Yes.
And it would mean that you would remove the possibility of these poor customer outcomes.
In that case, yes.
And did Westpac consider how flex commissions fitted with its risk appetite?
Yes.
If there's an obvious conduct risk involved with flex commissions, do you agree?
Philosophically, yes.
And Westpac says it has no appetite for conduct risk?
In effect, yes.
But nevertheless, it kept paying flex commissions.
Yes.
Because to stop paying flex commissions would be to give up its auto finance business.
Yes.
And so, again, if we think through that statement in the Westpac group risk appetite, that Westpac has no risk for conduct, how meaningful is that then when considered against flex commissions?
Well, as we pointed out, as you pointed out in the article, the letter that we put to ASIC, we felt that it was a practice that should be banned by ASIC, but we recognized that if we did it unilaterally, that would have the effect of us leaving the business, but would not change the outcomes for customers. And therefore, we felt that a constructive way to deal with it was to make our view plain that it should stop, to be supportive of that, and to advocate with ASIC for it to stop. So it was not suggesting that we were prepared to endure it forever. It was that we thought a good way forward was to make the practice stop with an intervention from the regulator.
Well, let's just try to tease that out a little bit. If you stopped paying flex commissions, then you would cease having this conduct risk.
That is true.
And you say that you have no appetite for conduct risk.
Yes.
And what I'm trying to understand is that actually a meaningful statement if your answer is, well, we do have some appetite for conduct risk if the consequence of giving up all of that conduct risk is that we're going to lose our auto finance business?
I understand what you're getting at. The way that I would think about it is, if we thought there was not a pathway to eliminating that risk, then we would make that decision. But we saw the possibility through intervention with the regulator to eliminate the practice and thereby eliminate the risk.
And so if ASIC had further delayed implementing the ban on flex commissions, what would you have done?
It depends on the situation. That's hypothetical. I don't know.
And what I'm trying to then understand is whether when you write down on a piece of paper, we have no appetite for conduct risk, that is something that then is always, the application of it is always going to depend upon the particular judgments made within the business.
Around time frame and how we achieve that goal, yes.
It surely can't have come as a recent revelation in 2016 that there was this potential poor customer outcomes in relation to flex commissions.
I think we started focusing on it as an issue around that time, actually.
ASIC had already put out consultations about flex commissions, isn't it?
It was around, I'm sorry, I'm a little hazy on the exact dates, but my recollection is around the time ASIC put that inquiry around, we had started to look at that as an issue as well.
All right. And do you think that the fact that flex commissions needed to be banned, despite industry participants knowing that it was harmful to consumers, suggests that there is a problem with the intermediated market?
Do you mean in terms of car dealers?
Yes.
Yes.
And what is the problem?
Well, there's clearly a continuation of a practice that puts some customers at risk of bad outcomes.
That is, if they get flex commissions, they put customers at risk of bad outcomes.
Yes.
But just step back more generally. What does it tell you about the intermediated market and whether or not car dealers should be in a position to be making loans?
Well, the convenience of being able to access finance when you're at a dealer is something that a lot of customers value, and it's an important part of the economics for car dealers. I'm not sure if I take the opposite proposition, which is that there was no finance available in car dealers, I'm not sure that necessarily delivers a great outcome in terms of competition in the car market.
In terms of competition in the car market, did you say?
Yes.
I see. Now, generally speaking, in considering car loans, Westpac relies heavily on information provided by dealers about a borrower's expenses and liabilities.
Yes.
And Westpac relied heavily on dealers to ensure that it complied with its responsible lending obligations.
Yes.
But whether or not the dealer acted appropriately, Westpac always has had ways to ensure that the loan application was adequate.
Yes.
And do you think that Westpac placed too much reliance on others to help it discharge its responsible lending obligations?
I think the practices were not as strictly enforced as they should have been, and we have taken steps to improve the controls and the systems to make that work better.
Westpac has, I think, supported a change to the point of sale exemption.
I am not 100% sure on that.
Or is it it may be that it's ambiguous. If we bring up rcd.0010.0001.0282, this is Westpac's round 1 submissions in relation to auto finance, and if we go to paragraph 83,
Page.
0301.
I'm sorry, what paragraph?
Paragraph 83.
Yes.
See, Westpac notes that any changes to the point of sale exemption would represent a major shift for the industry. While Westpac sees benefits to the consumer in this removal, any consideration of this reform should take into account the impact to all stakeholders.
Yes.
And perhaps this might be the ambiguity. I think I've incorrectly inferred that because Westpac sees a benefit to consumers, it would therefore support the reform.
Right.
But that's not right.
Now you lost me.
That is, you're not, whether Westpac sees the benefit, but it doesn't necessarily support the reform.
Correct.
It's
saying it's hard. We're saying it's hard.
I see. And that's because of the impact to all stakeholders.
Yes.
And
particularly the dealers.
And so what is the major shift that would occur in the industry if you remove the point of sale exemption?
You would essentially require the dealers to become authorized credit providers. That would be a significant cost to the dealers. We suspect that many dealers wouldn't be able to make that an economically viable proposition. So it could have quite a flow-on consequence into the structure of the dealer market, and also potentially the cost of finance and the cost of cars.
I see. And so Westpac's position is, although this might benefit consumers in terms of the removal of the point of sale exemption, it doesn't necessarily follow that there should be the change, because
right.
the further consequences it's uncertain about.
That's right.
What would be the consequences for Westpac if the point of sale exemption was removed?
Well, in some respects, it would reduce our risk. It would certainly reduce the conduct risk that we've been talking about before. And it would potentially put more obligations on the car dealer to perform some of the processes relative to the controls that we have to have in place now.
Does it seem odd to you that you would be paying commissions to people in respect of these loans and that they wouldn't have to be subject to the obligation that would apply but for the point of sale exemption?
I'm struggling to answer that question.
Well, you're paying commissions to people in order to facilitate these loans.
Yes.
Does it seem odd to you that they should receive those commissions without being subject to the obligations that they would be under but for the point of sale exemption?
Not necessarily.
And why is that?
Because it depends on what their specific responsibilities are and what other controls are put in place around that.
When the auto finance dealer is engaged in trying to facilitate this loan, are they acting for Westpac?
Well, in some respects, yes.
Are they the agent of Westpac?
Yes, I suppose they are from a finance point of view.
Are they also acting for the customer?
Well, they're providing a service to the customer that is around the convenience of being able to finance the car and on site, essentially. They're not acting as a broker.
I see. Thank you. I want to move to another topic, Commissioner, and we're going to move to financial advice. Now, Westpac has a very significant wealth advice business.
Yes, we do.
And that business is conducted through BT.
Yes,
BT is a division of Westpac and directly employs financial advisors.
it does.
And Westpac also owns 2 advice licensees who license authorised representatives.
That's correct.
One is called Securitor and the other is Magnitude.
That's right.
And there are 2 issues that have been endemic across the large financial advice businesses. One is poor or non-compliant advice and the other is fees for no service.
Yes.
And I want to deal with each with you. As you're aware, many of the large-scale financial advice businesses have undertaken or are undertaking remediation programs because of inappropriate financial advice being given to customers.
Yes.
And speaking generally, do you agree that inappropriate advice given by advisors will usually be caused by one or more of the following? First, inadequate training or experience.
Yes.
Second, the advisor acting out of self-interest rather than in the client's best interests.
Yes.
Third, inadequate supervision.
Yes.
Fourth, the deliberate circumvention of policies and procedures.
Yes.
And fifth, deficiencies in consequence management systems.
Yes.
Are there any other significant causes that you can think of?
Not that I can think of.
And Westpac's advice business and advice licensees have also recognised that inappropriate advice has been given by their advisors.
In some cases, yes.
And Westpac is currently undertaking remediation for clients who received inappropriate advice.
Yes, we are.
And Westpac has provisioned $47 million for that remediation as at 27 September 2018.
Yes.
Now, Westpac has made a number of significant changes to its wealth business to address the issue of inappropriate advice.
We have.
It has sought to improve its control systems.
Very much so.
It has been working to improve its control processes for some time now with respect to monitoring and training of advisors.
Yes.
And nevertheless, the level of risk that BT is exposed to due to its processes and conduct of advisors is currently outside of its risk appetite.
That's right.
And how long has that been the case for?
For a while now. I couldn't tell you exactly how many years.
And BT has been monitoring its risk acceptance relating to the provision of inappropriate advice to clients.
Yes.
And that's referred to within BT as Risk 24.
Yes, that sounds right.
And Risk 24 relates to incomplete, inadequate or inappropriate provision of advice and implementation of financial plans for clients.
Yes.
Now, I might bring up, just so we can understand where things are at, a memorandum from the 30th of October 2018, that's WBC.557.005.2528. This is a memorandum to the Btfg Risk Review Committee.
Yes.
Do you sit on the Btfg Risk Review Committee, Mr.
No,
Hartzer?
I don't.
Okay. But you've seen this document in the course of preparing to give evidence?
Yes, I have.
And if we look at the bottom of the page, we see in the beginning of the last paragraph, in respect of Risk 24, while several key control enhancements have been implemented, including updated policies, processes and training over the year and in the most recent quarter, current audit fail rates indicate that ongoing enhancement and embedment is required.
Yes.
And then if we go over the page to page .2529, and we look at the bottom third of the page, we see a number of ongoing factors and recent developments continue to impact these residual risk ratings, including the control environment relating to risk 21 and 24 was rated as unsatisfactory.
Yes?
And in the second bullet point, in November 2017, our file audit process was strengthened to reflect ASIC's new higher expectations. Outcomes from recent file audits using those higher standards are showing results at a level that does not indicate a sufficiently robust control environment to comply with ASIC's expectations. Can you see that, Mr.
I do.
Hartzer? And then further on, you see in the next bullet point, the compliance audit pass rates were 61% for Btfg and 60% for Btgl after applying the higher best interests and record keeping requirements introduced to the compliance audit program.
Yes?
And Btfa are the BT employed financial advisors,
That's right.
and Btgl is the BT group licensees.
That's right.
So those are that's effectively where the authorised representatives lie within Btgl, is that right?
That's right.
All right. And then if we go over to page .2534, we see the sign-off from the second line risk management opinion.
Yes?
And it explains the present situation in relation to risk, and then in the third paragraph says, on this basis, it is not inappropriate for these risks to continue to be risk accepted.
Yes.
What does it mean to say that it is not inappropriate to continue to accept risks that are outside of Westpac's risk appetite?
What that means is that the risk team is comfortable that the extra controls that are in place to minimize the impact of a potential one of these risks manifesting are currently sufficient, and that the program that's in place to close out those risk issues is robust and tracking against its goals.
That is, ultimately this program will pull the behaviour or conduct back within risk appetite.
Yes.
And the development of this program began or has been ongoing since 2015.
In varying degrees, yes.
And various changes have been made over time.
Yes.
And even with those changes, BT and Deloitte have both found that even today more design improvements are required.
Yes.
And one of the changes that has been made by Westpac is to take steps to align advisor remuneration with customer interest.
That's right.
And it's done that by linking fixed pay and variable rewards to the advisor's capability, education and seniority.
Yes.
And also by introducing a new balanced scorecard with 80% non-financial metrics to determine variable reward.
That's right.
And we'll come back to that. And it's also removed life insurance commissions for the scorecards.
Yes.
And there've been some other changes made which are to enhance regional manager supervision.
Yes.
And consequence management systems.
Yes.
And as you've explained, Westpac has increased its first line of defence.
Yes.
And it's taken various steps to try to prevent circumvention by advisors of policies and procedures.
Yes.
And it's also made a change of ceasing grandfathered commissions as of 1 October 2018.
That's right.
All of these changes, do they all relate to the employed advisors within Btfa rather than the authorised representatives within Btgl?
There are some nuances for Btgl, but essentially the approach is designed to be consistent across the piece.
I see. You haven't eliminated grandfathered commissions for Btgl?
Where we have the ability to do that, we have. In some cases, we are essentially a pass-through to the advisors who have their own contracts separately.
I see.
So those we don't have the ability to turn it off yet.
And the effect of the elimination of grandfathered commissions represents $14 million of cash earnings in the first half of 2018.
That sounds about right.
And the effect of turning off the grandfathered commissions altogether is expected to cost Westpac about $40 million per year.
That's right.
Now, I think what you're saying about grandfathered commissions with authorised representatives is where Westpac considers that it's contractually able to turn off commissions, it has done so?
Yes.
And was that also as of 1 October 2018?
It's the same decision, yeah.
Sorry, that is,
That
for
is the decision.
BTFA, it happened as of 1 October 2018.
Yes.
It's the same thing for those BTGL advisors where you can.
I'm not 100% sure on this, but I think the BTGL ones would be operating under a different system.
I see.
They'd have different arrangements, so they wouldn't be covered. But
And Westpac presumably has turned off these commissions because it recognises that it is in its clients' interests to remove grandfathered commissions.
yes,
When did Westpac first recognise this?
we started talking about it probably about a year ago, maybe where are we, November? Probably beginning of this year, roughly, I think we first started talking about it.
And again, just so I understand, you're saying that's the first time you started talking about the possibility of turning them off?
Yes.
If you just think back to my question about when you first recognised that it was in customers' interests to turn it off, was that at the same time or an earlier time?
Well, we had always been of the view that grandfathered commissions would go away as advisors renewed their advice. So we thought it would naturally fall away and that we wouldn't have to intervene. It was in January this year where we began having the discussion about, in fact, we should act. It wasn't coming down in the way we expected it to.
Surely it was apparent, at least from the time of FOFA, that commissions were not in the interests of clients.
I'm not sure I would say it like that.
Isn't that the reason why FOFA was brought in? Because it is not in the interests of clients for there to be this conflict between the interests of an advisor and the interests of the client.
It was to manage the risks. It was the way you phrased that as a broader statement. A commission is not necessarily against the interest of customer, but the issue was that with the structure of product commissions that was in place at the time created the risk of advisors not acting in customers' interests. So I'm basically agreeing with you. It's just a subtlety in the way you said it.
I see. And so if you're basically agreeing with me, perhaps then you can answer this. Why is it that Westpac didn't turn off grandfathered commissions, at least for its own financial advisors, in 2013?
Well, it was part of the transitional arrangements that those advisors had as part of their revenue, these previous arrangements. And so we thought that that would naturally flow off in the same way that it would across the industry.
That is, your own employed financial advisors were receiving the commissions.
Yes.
But you've now changed how they're paid.
Yes.
Is there some reason why you couldn't change how they were paid in 2013?
I don't know.
So again, just thinking back to my question, can you think of a reason why you wouldn't have just made the change in 2013?
Well, there was an industry practice at the time. It was part of the transitional arrangements. And as I said earlier, we expected the process to naturally flow off as advisors renewed their statements of advice with their clients.
Attend to that document, Commissioner.
Memorandum to Btfg Risk Review Committee 30 November, is it? October, 30 October 18, WBC 557 005 2528, Exhibit 7.52.
Now, another recent change that's been made by Westpac has to cease the provision of personal advice by BT's virtual advice team.
Yes.
And that was a team that provided personal advice by phone or video conference.
That's right.
And the reason for ceasing that was because the results of file audits were unacceptable.
I can't recall exactly why we made that decision.
Given that poor advice has been a significant issue within BT, have you drawn any conclusions about the approach of the leaders of that business over a number of years?
Well, I would say that my observation is that the leaders of BT have been very clear that the industry needed to change and evolve as it relates to financial advice, and had been making a number of changes over time to try to make the business more sustainable.
Well, many of the problems with inappropriate advice have been apparent for many years.
Yes?
And to the extent that the problems weren't apparent, they were certainly foreseeable.
In some respects, yes.
And what I'm trying to understand then is, do you have a problem as the CEO with the leadership of the senior leaders within BT over a number of years, given that all of these problems persisted within BT?
I'm certainly disappointed.
And have you done something as a consequence of that disappointment?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, it's been a series of things. It's taken up much more of my personal time and intervention. We've devoted substantial investment resources to systems improvements, control improvements. We've made changes in people, and there have been consequences for a number of people.
And remuneration consequences?
Yes.
For the senior leaders?
Yes.
And when has that occurred?
It occurred in some respects for particular people over the last couple of years. Last year there were some consequences, and this year the consequences were significant.
I see. And does that mean a reduction in the variable remuneration that they were paid?
Yes.
Do you think that a customer who uses a financial advisor owned by a major bank like Westpac is entitled to assume that they will get high quality advice?
Yes.
And do you have a view as to whether it is possible for a bank to operate a large-scale financial advice business in a way that delivers compliant, high-quality advice?
I do.
And what is your view?
My view is that yes, we can, and yes, we should. However, the economics of doing that are getting very difficult.
And why are the economics getting very difficult?
Well, advice is inherently a challenging issue to monitor because you're talking about a subjective conversation between two people at some point. Investing inevitably has a level of subjectivity around it, which can mean that with the best will in the world, results don't necessarily come out the way you expect them to. The standards of documentation and proof that we're now, as a general industry, expected to meet are very, very high. And so the cost of training, hindsighting, storing documents, auditing, and the like is very, very high relative to the revenue associated with providing that advice.
If you step away from the industry as a whole and just think about BT and Westpac, presumably from your perspective, Westpac has always wanted to provide its financial advice clients with high quality advice.
Yes.
And surely in order to do that, it needs to have record keeping that keeps records of what advice is provided.
Yes.
And when provided.
Yes.
And that's obvious, isn't it? It was been obvious. It's not just obvious this year. It's always obvious that if you want to have adequate high quality advice, you have to keep a record of it.
Yes.
And yet, one of the fundamental problems that Westpac faces is that it doesn't have good records of what advice was provided.
Historically, that's true.
And it doesn't have good records in relation to its own employed advisors.
In some cases, that's true.
And it has terrible records in relation to the advice provided by the authorised representatives.
Well, those representatives hold their files.
And Westpac has great difficulties, and we'll come to this in a moment, with being able to access those files.
Yes.
And if it was concerned, say, back in 2013, with making sure that its authorised representatives were providing high quality advice, why would it not have implemented good quality record keeping at that time?
But we did.
So you think you do have adequate records from when?
So I don't remember exactly when, but it was around that time, I recall, because it was shortly after I started with Westpac. We signed off on a significant investment in systems to try to digitize all the files. So historically, part of the point you were getting at, or what I was referring to, was that the files were manual, paper files spread around lots of different locations. So we invested in a major system to digitize all of those files, which would then make it easier for us to access them and audit them centrally.
And are you speaking there about the authorised representatives through BTGL, or are you speaking about the employed financial advisors?
The employed financial advisors.
Okay, and so if we just think, though, about the authorised representatives through BTGL, presumably Westpac would also like those financial advisors to provide high quality advice?
Yes.
Did it implement any system in 2013 for trying to centralise and keep records of that advice?
No.
And how do you reconcile that is not having implemented such systems, with the proposition that Westpac has always wanted to make sure that it's providing high quality advice?
Well, the relationship between Westpac and the authorized reps is slightly different. They operate essentially their own businesses in a way, and so they're responsible for maintaining their files. And so at the time we put the system in, it was viewed as going to be difficult to get all the those reps to agree to use that system. More recently, we have started the project, I don't know off the top of my head where we're up to roll that same system out to the authorized reps as well.
Now, just thinking this through, what is the value to Westpac or BT of owning advice licensees?
Well, I would say that has changed over time. The general notion was to be able to build scale on our operating platforms and to provide, to make it easier for us to provide advice to customers. And over time, part of our notion is that by providing systems that make it convenient for people to manage their banking and their investments all in one place, that would help make us a more attractive bank for people to be with.
There's a few different ideas there. Let's just tease them out. The last idea seemed to be to make it more attractive for customers to be with Westpac.
Yes.
And that means that I take it that it would be more likely that a customer would have other banking products with Westpac if it was also receiving financial advice from Westpac.
Yes.
And was that a point of significance in relation to the authorised representatives or only in relation to the employed financial advisors?
It's potentially both, although it's less so for the authorized reps.
But potentially both in the sense that both might potentially operate as a distribution network for Westpac of its other banking products.
Well, yes.
And then that was the third idea. The second idea I think you mentioned was providing high quality advice to your clients.
Yes.
That, can I suggest, can't have been a particularly significant point because you weren't keeping records in order to be able to check whether high quality advice was being provided.
Well, we were relying on the reps to provide that advice and to keep the records.
But if Westpac isn't keeping records and monitoring the advice, then it's not taking any steps to assure itself that high quality advice is being provided.
Well, there were controls around and audits of the dealer groups, and they had to meet certain standards. So they weren't, not anyone could just become an authorized rep.
Again, though, just coming back to my question, if Westpac isn't keeping records of this advice and checking the advice itself, then it suggests that its principal concern isn't about the quality of that advice.
I'm not sure that totally follows.
Right. The first reason was to build scale.
Yes.
And I think you referred to building scale with Westpac's platforms.
Yes.
And also, presumably, Westpac's, at that time, the wealth products that it was manufacturing.
At the time, and I don't want to divert your question, but the authorized reps came a bit out of history from before my time, and the market has moved on a bit. So the role that the reps played and strategically has probably shifted a bit over time.
Is what you're getting at that historically the role of authorised representatives was to function as a distribution network for wealth products?
I suspect that's true. It's before my time.
Surely you've turned your mind to the question of why it is that you own a whole lot of authorised representatives. I'm sorry, why it is that you own advice licensees and have a whole lot of authorised representatives.
I just think I should qualify because I wasn't there as to what the exact strategic choices were. That seems logical.
Is there some other explanation you can think of for why these wealth management companies would have authorised representatives?
They might have seen it as a profitable business to invest in.
I see. Is the efficiency benefit, though, for a wealth management company of owning both product manufacturer and advice licensee that you can use the advice licensee to distribute your products?
That was certainly a big part of the rationale when those businesses were put together.
And that's why authorised representatives were paid commissions?
Yes.
Because they were distributors for the products?
Yes.
And now Westpac's position has, at least in relation to product manufacture, changed?
Yes.
And it's sold off BTIM?
Yes.
That's BT Investment Management?
That's right.
And BTIM was the product manufacturer?
Yes.
Does it still own the platform somewhere within the BT group as owned by Westpac?
Yes.
And does it see the platform as a product that is also distributed through its advisors?
The role of platforms has changed. We see it more as an administrative service. So definitionally, in a way, yes, but we don't view it as quite the same as manufacturing an asset management product. We see it as the provision of a service.
And is it fair to say that one of the things that you recognise is that there is an inherent conflict between owning the product manufacturer and owning the advice licensee?
I would say there's a potential for conflict. I personally think it can be managed. However, I concluded that, and we concluded that in the case of BTIM, it's probably not a question you've asked me, but we decided it made sense to get rid of it.
Any evidence of it being managed?
And just so we understand your view that it can be managed, does that mean if you have a sufficient number of controls in place, then it ought to be possible to avoid the advisor acting in the interests of the customer, acting in the interests of the product manufacturer rather than the customer?
Yes.
But in order to implement those controls, it would be very expensive.
There can be a variety of reasons why you might not want to do it, but cost could be one of them.
Well, when you identified the reasons why you would prefer to sell BTIM rather than implement those controls, what were the reasons?
At the end of the day, the real reason that I came to the conclusion we should get rid of it was that even if we put all the conflict of interest controls in place, the fact that we were having an advisor offer a product branded BT to the customer would still perceive there was a conflict of interest. And I came to the conclusion that managing the perception of that conflict was too difficult, and that it would be cleaner for us to be able to say that we really want an open architecture approach where the advisor can give you whatever product makes sense for you if people weren't going, but don't you own BTIM? That was it at the end of the day.
I see. We'll return to that possibly not this afternoon, possibly tomorrow morning, Mr. Hartzer. I want to just move now to fees for no service, and then we'll come back to how this fits with vertical integration. Fees for no service is a problem that has affected essentially the entire financial advice industry.
Yes.
And the conduct was the subject of ASIC's report 499.
Yes.
And as you know, I'm sure the conduct is now well known and has been explored through a number of case studies in this Royal Commission.
Yes.
And ASIC first wrote to Westpac in early 2016 to say that it was conducting an investigation into the charging of fees for providing financial advice or services where no advice or services had been provided.
Yes.
And Westpac accepts that both its employed financial advisors and its authorised representatives have charged fees for no service.
In some cases, yes.
And you identify in your statement that the causes of that fees for no service conduct were, I think as you identify it, roughly 5. First, deficient systems. That is, deficient systems to oversee and monitor whether advisors were providing services.
Yes.
Second, deficient systems for record keeping to ensure that an annual review is actually provided.
Yes.
Third, deficient systems in terms of ensuring that a client was allocated to an advisor where they had an ongoing service fee contract.
Yes.
And those clients who weren't allocated to an advisor are referred to as orphan clients.
Yes.
That is, Westpac didn't have adequate systems for ensuring it didn't have orphan clients.
Yes.
Fourth, inadvertent conduct by some advisors,
Yes.
which we assume means they inadvertently didn't provide the services they were charging for.
Yes.
And fifth, deliberate conduct by some advisors.
Yes.
And that means they deliberately didn't provide the services that they were charging for.
Yes.
And you say in your statement that at the time that ASIC first corresponded with Westpac in 2016, Westpac understood the issue was likely limited to a small number of problem advisors.
Yes, we did.
And is it the case that Westpac now accepts that belief was wrong?
Yes.
And since the concerns were first raised in 2016, the scale of that fees for no service problem, it has become apparent, has expanded significantly.
Yes.
And Westpac didn't, though, undertake a more expansive review after learning of the concerns in 2016?
Well, we did, but it's a problem that grew in our awareness over time, and so the response scaled up over time.
Its initial response was to review a small number of problem advisors.
Yes.
And now it's engaged, or hoping to be engaged, in a much wider scale review.
Yes.
And Westpac is presently remediating customers who are charged fees but received no service during the period 1 July 2018 to 31 December 2015.
That's right.
And for Westpac, 2008 to 2015. For Westpac's salaried advisors, Westpac's estimate is that the total ongoing service fees charged between 2008 and 2018 was $647 million.
That sounds about right.
And on the 27th of September 2018, Westpac provisioned a further $93 million for remediation of ongoing advice fees for salaried advisors.
That's right.
And across 2017 and 2018, the total amount provisioned in relation to Westpac's salaried financial advisors for fees for no service is $117 million.
Yes.
And we think we've understood that the $93 million provisioned in September is included within that $117 million across both periods.
Yes, it is.
The $93 million also includes some provision for inappropriate advice. Or do you think that's only
No, I think
fees
that's
for no
separate.
service? All right. And Westpac has so far paid about $10.75 million to customers for fees for no service.
Sounds about right.
And that's 6,657 customers.
Yes.
And approximately 25,000 customers remain to be remediated.
Yes,
So the expectation is they will collectively be paid about $106 million.
yes,
And all of these numbers that we're talking about are just for Westpac's employed financial advisors.
that's right,
That's Btfg.
that's right.
And you say in your statement that Westpac commenced work in November 2017 to identify clients of employed financial advisors who may have charged fees for no service.
Yes,
And it commenced remediation payments in December 2017.
that's right.
And it would seem to follow, therefore, that the payments started being made almost 2 years after ASIC had first identified the problem in January of 2016 to Westpac.
I'm not sure that's strictly correct, and I think there were payments for some of the poor advisors that we were already looking at that would have happened sooner.
And Westpac expects to complete the remediation for its employed financial advisors by April of 2019.
Yes,
And that will be more than 3 years since learning of the issues about fees for no service.
in the first instance, yes.
When you say in the first instance, that's because you expect there's going to keep being remediation after April 2019?
No, because as you pointed out, when we started, we thought this was a narrower issue.
I see. And it seems when you sort of work through the timeline that it's possible that for some of these customers, by the time they are remediated, the fees that they are being remediated for relate to fees that they were charged as long as 11 years ago.
That's correct.
And presumably it's possible that the remediation may take even longer if Westpac's remediation processes identifies any other records as being missing.
I suppose that's possible.
And is it fair to say the complexity of Westpac's own customer management and billing systems have contributed to the problem?
Yes,
And the systems have added to the time it takes to remediate the customers,
yes,
but also they've made it difficult to identify the customers that should be remediated.
in some cases, yes.
And that's one of the reasons, or that is the reason, why Westpac is remediating customers on a benefit of the doubt basis.
Yes,
That is, Westpac will remediate a client unless it can prove that the service was provided.
yes, it's a little more subtle than that, but broadly, yes.
The Westpac has not yet provisioned for the fees attributable to the authorised representatives of its dealer groups.
That's right.
And Westpac currently estimates that during the period 2008 to 2018, authorised representatives of Westpac received approximately $991 million in ongoing advice fees.
Yes,
And the review of the dealer groups then that will need to be done relates to those two advice licensees, Securitor and Magnitude,
yes,
and it will have to relate to ongoing services provided by approximately 1,660 planners of those advice licensees.
that sounds about right.
Now, can you explain to the Commissioner what the fundamental problem is that Westpac faces in trying to undertake remediation for its advice licensees?
Yeah, there are several issues there. Briefly, there are that the advice licensees have different contractual arrangements that vary quite a lot among the different groups, so establishing a fact base is difficult. You have customers and advisors who no longer are operating under the license in the time period that need to be found and identified, and in some of those cases, getting hold of the records is particularly difficult. The other element that's contributed to the time frame here is an ongoing conversation with ASIC on this issue. As you pointed out, this is an industry-wide challenge, and a number of different organizations have the same issue. So ASIC has been keen that there be a consistent approach across the industry to resolving it. And we've been in discussions with ASIC and one of the other banks that they've asked us to work with to try to settle a methodology for doing it thoroughly.
So let me see if I've or can accurately articulate the problems. The first problem is, because of the wide variety in contractual arrangements, you don't have a standardised way of knowing what was contracted for.
Yes.
The second problem is, because of incomplete records or missing records or not having access to records, you don't know who was supposed to receive the services.
Yes.
The third problem is, because you don't have accurate records or any records, you don't know whether the services were provided.
Yes.
And the fourth problem is, because some of these representatives are no longer with you, or if they are with you, they're resistant to handing over information, or they've moved on to other organisations, you don't have ready access to be able to obtain the information that you need to be able to prove that you've provided the services.
Yes.
And so then that leads to the problem, which is, if you were to simply adopt the same approach for your employed financial advisors and carry that over to the authorised representatives, the amount of remediation that would need to be made could be very, very, very significant.
It's not quite that simple.
It's not that simple.
No, in that it's, there are a couple, in the first cohort of the salary planners, there are actually a variety of different segments in that, and the payment for no file, if we to use that phrase, applies to a sub-segment, not the whole. So it's not necessarily apples and apples in the way you just described it.
But the remediation method in relation to the employed advisors is, if you don't have a record of having provided the service, you refund the fees to them.
Yes, but we go through a bit of a process to get to that cohort.
To see whether you have a record of it or not.
Yes. And we need to go through, my point is, we need to go through other steps first with the aligned advisors before we would come to that application of that same process.
Before you come to advocate for that same process.
Before we would come to apply that same process. So there are steps precedent that we would go through.
But is one of the significant reasons that your rough estimate of the value of ongoing fees taken by those authorised representatives over a 10-year period is almost $1 billion?
I'm not really sure what you're getting at.
If you thought that there was only $10 million of fees that have been taken by those authorised representatives over the period of 10 years, you wouldn't be going through this level of agony to decide whether to remediate or not.
Possibly. I accept that that could be a part contributor, but we still have to get hold of the files on the customers and have a basis for making a payment rather than just using no data at all.
We still need to at least identify who the customers are.
Yeah, and what was charged, and so there's still a process to be gone through. It's not quite that simple.
When you think about that, when you think about the fact that you have these authorised representatives operating under your licences, where you don't know what they contracted to provide, you don't know who they contracted to provide it to, and you don't know whether it was provided, does that tell you anything about whether you were ever really very interested in providing high quality advice?
I don't think the suggestion that you seem to be making follows directly.
Westpac had a total of 1,046 practices operating under its licence during the period 2009 to 2015.
I'm not familiar with that number, but I accept that.
Well, I'll bring up the document if that would help.
No, that's okay. I'll accept that.
Well, I might leave that until tomorrow morning, Commissioner, and tender that document then. Now, are you aware that about half of the practices that were operating under Westpac's licence have ceased to be authorised representatives Westpac and are no longer with Westpac?
I wasn't aware of that exact number, but I accept the basis of that.
Right, you were aware that it was a significant number
Yes.
that it ceased. And you referred to the idea of there being an industry problem. Does Westpac have some proposal of an industry solution?
To what?
To fees for no service and
Well,
remediating the authorised representative clients?
So we're working through a process with ASIC now on that remediation, and we're doing some sampling of files and advisors and the authorized reps to try to dimension the issue and identify the subtleties of what it'll take to do the remediation properly. And so we're working that through in conjunction with ASIC.
Are you aware of Westpac having suggested to ASIC that some sort of industry solution was required?
I don't know if we were the first ones to make that suggestion. I think that's been generally recognized.
All right, you're aware that there's some sort of discussion about a potential
Yes.
industry solution. And what is that potential industry solution?
It's about, as I understand it, because I think it's still being worked through, it's that there would be a common methodology for contacting customers, what the basis of evidence would be, how much information you need to gather, what to do when you couldn't contact the customer or when you couldn't contact the advisor, what the approach would be.
And this is a common approach for all of the bank businesses that have authorised representatives.
Yes, although I would have thought it would extend beyond the bank-owned businesses as well.
At least
it's a common issue.
At least extend to AMP.
Yes, but I don't see why it wouldn't be extended more broadly.
All right. And so the idea then is that there would somehow be facilitated by ASIC some common way of trying to pay back to Australian consumers who had been charged fees for service by authorised representatives over the course of a decade, all of this money.
Yes.
And however much that is, it's beyond what has been provisioned by Westpac already.
Well, in that we haven't provided for that, yes.
And do you know whether any of the other big five have provision for it?
I don't.
All right. Commissioner, is that a convenient
Just
time?
before we break, can I just understand, Mr. Hartzer, are all the ongoing advice fees that we are concerned with in the case of advice licensees and authorised reps, ongoing advice fees that were paid through the advice licensee? Did the money come into the advice licensee and go out from the advice licensee?
I believe so, Commissioner.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. 9:45 will be.
9:45, is that possible for you, Mr. Hartzer? 9:45 tomorrow then?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, Mr. Hodge.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Hartzer, yesterday I asked you a question where I said to you, Westpac had a total of 1,046 practices operating under its licence during the period 2009 to 2015, and I think your response was, I'm not familiar with that number, but I accept that, and I then promised that I would tender a document. So I just want to show that to you and then tender that. Can we bring up WBC.558.002.0030? Now just take a moment if you would. Is that a document you've had a look at before in the course of preparing to give evidence?
I don't recall seeing this one, I'm afraid.
I see. Is this appears to be a meeting between, is it Mr. Cooper of Westpac and Peter Kell of ASIC? Would that be correct?
It doesn't say, but that's very plausible.
All right. And then if
Oh, so it does say Peter on there, doesn't it? I would assume that's probably right.
all right. And Mr. Cooper's role within the BT Financial Group is what?
He's the chief executive of BT.
And if we go over the page to page.0031, you'll see there's a heading which is OAS dealer groups, and then the third bullet point down begins to understand the industry-wide challenge.
Yes.
And then you'll see in the first bullet point under the third bullet point, over the period 2009 to 2015, we had a total of 1,046 practices operating under our licence.
Yes.
And then the other things that are set out there reflect, I think, the things that more generally you're aware of and that we were speaking about yesterday, which are just the challenges that your institution, but also the other institutions within the Big Five face in relation to their authorised representatives.
That's right.
I tender that document, Commissioner.
If I call it notes of meeting between BT and ASIC of what date?
The 1st of June 2018.
WBC 558-002-0030, Exhibit 7.53.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, Mr. Hartzer, we were speaking yesterday about some of the challenges in relation to delivering ongoing advice services and the management of ensuring that those services are delivered and that high quality services are delivered. You'll recall that.
Yes.
And one of the things that Westpac did in January of this year was to undertake an ongoing advice service and consequence management thematic review.
That's right.
And that was in relation to its employed advisors.
That's right.
And that review found that 50% of the samples tested had no appropriate supporting documentation on file to match the review status recorded in the fee disclosure statement and ongoing advice delivery report.
That's possible. You might need to show me which report you're referring to.
I'll bring that up. Can we bring up WBC.557.012.0001? And this is the report from the second line of defence in relation, or from BT Risk, which is the second line of defence in relation to this thematic review.
Yep.
And if you look about halfway down the page, you'll see our review noted the following findings. And there's then a second bullet point, which is ongoing advice service process.
Yes.
And you see the first bullet point under the second bullet point is 50% of the samples tested had no appropriate supporting documentation on file to match the review status recorded in the FDS and ongoing advice delivery report.
Yes.
And then what it also found, I think we might just need to pull out to be able to see this. Thank you. Is that there was a lack of CM policy application by the business where advisors admitted to or were found to be non-compliant or breached the Westpac Code of Conduct.
Yes.
And CM policy is consequence management policy.
Yes, it is.
Right. And that then was the situation even within the employed advice business as at January of this year.
Yes.
And so since that point, Westpac has been taking steps to address both of those findings.
Yes, we have.
And I'll come to those steps in a moment. What I want to ask you to consider and help us with first is, why do you think it had reached the point that these problems, very significant problems, persisted all the way until the beginning of this year before active steps were being taken to address them?
Well, I think one of the bits of background to this is there had been an over-reliance on the fact that customers were opting in to an advice relationship every 2 years. So every 2 years, customers were signing a contract saying, I want an ongoing advice relationship and I'm agreeing to this set of fees. And then every year, we were providing a fee disclosure statement that reminded customers what they were paying and what they were entitled to. So I think the business and perhaps the planners themselves were overly reliant on that as being sufficient to demonstrate that they were providing the service that customers were paying for. And that clearly was insufficient. They were not taking the steps they needed to do to load the files up into the system. And if I might just make one point of clarification here. This is a testing of whether those appropriate files are loaded into the system. It doesn't necessarily follow that those files don't exist.
Yes, I understand. Your point is it might well be that there is a file that an employed advisor has kept but then not followed the process to load into the system.
Potentially.
And therefore Westpac doesn't have this centralised record of showing the advice having been provided.
Not immediately, yeah.
And doesn't have a centralised record showing that even, for example, the fee disclosure statements having been issued.
Potentially. I'm not sure on that one. I think they're generated centrally.
Okay. Now, your explanation as to why you think that had persisted up until January of 2018 was, as I understood it, that the business was over-reliant upon the fact that customers would need to opt in every 2 years in order to continue their services.
That's part of it, yes.
Well, is there another, apart from that reliance on that fact, is there another part of the explanation you want
Yeah,
to
the other part that I mentioned a moment ago is that each customer was getting a statement every single year telling them what fees they were paying and what services they were entitled to.
I understand. Now, those two things, being required to opt in every 2 years and receiving a fee disclosure statement every year, those are requirements that were imposed by FOFA when it came in.
Yes.
But the application of FOFA is limited to clients that began the ongoing fee arrangement after FOFA commenced.
That's true, although when FOFA came in, we made the decision to issue fee disclosure statements to all customers, regardless of whether they were opting into a new arrangement or not.
You did that back in 2013?
Yes, we did.
But only for your employed advisors?
I believe that was done for all customers, actually.
You think your authorised representatives also have that requirement?
Yes, I do.
And
as distinct from the 2-year opt-in.
And I'm sorry, as distinct from the 2-year opt-in, what do you mean by that?
Well, as we were talking about, 2 different types of control.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's just break this down into the 2 constituent parts. There are 2 different requirements. One is that you have to provide a fee disclosure statement every year.
Yes.
The other is that you have to have the client opt in every 2 years to continue the ongoing fee arrangement.
That's right.
As to the first one, the providing a fee disclosure statement every year, you think that Westpac expanded that when FOFA came in to everybody, not just post-FOFA clients?
I'm sure we did for the salary planners. I'm pretty sure we did for the aligned planners as well.
And in relation to the ongoing fee opt-ins every 2 years, do you think that you expanded that also to all clients as at the time that FOFA came into operation?
No, but we did bring it in a couple of years later for the aligned planners.
All right, so if we just, again, make sure we understand what occurred. FOFA comes in 2013. At that time, in accordance with FOFA, for new clients commencing ongoing fee agreements after FOFA, Westpac required an opt-in, as it had to under the legislation.
Yes.
And then you think a couple of years after that, it expanded the requirement to have an opt-in every 2 years to clients that were pre-FOFA clients, but were clients of employed advisors.
Yes.
But it hasn't yet expanded that requirement to pre-FOFA clients who are clients of authorised reps.
I am not sure.
Okay. And your point then is, insofar as it had expanded it out for its employed advisors, that is the 2-year opt-in, that therefore created the impression that that was sufficient for the purposes of making sure that ongoing advice was provided?
I think there was an over-reliance on that as one of the controls, yes.
And that then would pass the responsibility effectively onto the client. That is, the client would, in filling out the form, would need to be satisfied that they'd actually received the advice,
I suppose that's implicit.
rather than Westpac exercising the control over its own employed advisors.
Well, we still needed to keep the records, I accept that. There is a subtlety, though, just in the way you phrased that about getting the advice, which is the nature of these ongoing advice relationships can vary. So sometimes they constitute a full new financial plan being done as a one-off. Sometimes it's about an ongoing dialogue with the customer, and the customers get value from being able to ring up and have an interaction with the advisor.
I just want to make sure I've understood that. You're distinguishing between one-off advice and the benefit of being able to have an ongoing interaction.
The point I'm making is that the ongoing advice relationship is not about merely the transaction of a full financial plan and a new statement of advice being done. For some customers, they see value in the, if you like, think of it as a retainer relationship with the advisor that they can ring up and discuss things with, or the advisor rings them when something happens that they should consider.
All right. We might return in a moment to the, well, we will return in a moment to the value of an ongoing advice relationship. One of the things that Westpac has done in relation to its employed advisors, and you explain this at paragraph 65 of your statement, which we might bring up, and that's, the statement itself is WBC.900.001.1259, and the relevant page is page 18.1276. Commissioner, that's coming up. Can I tender the last document, which is WBC.557.012.0001, which is the report from the second line of defence risk dated the 23rd of January 2018.
That document with that ID will become Exhibit 7.54.
Thank you, Commissioner. What you're setting out here, Mr. Hartzer, are the process changes that Westpac has implemented in order to try to improve risk management procedures.
Yes.
And you identify a number. The first is in subparagraph A, what you call training and communications with financial advisors, and you say that in 2017 Westpac developed a mandatory ongoing advice training program for employed financial advisors.
Yes.
And then in subparagraph B, which will come up in a moment, you then talk about a revised process and procedure for ongoing advice arrangements.
Yes.
And you explain that there were some changes. If we go over the page and bring up Roman numeral 1, you see all clients of Westpac's employed financial advisors are required to opt in to receiving ongoing advice at least once every 2 years.
Yes.
Now, we had read that as being a purposeful statement in the sense that you didn't say that all clients of employed financial advisors and authorised representatives were required to opt in at least once every 2 years. Are we reading that correctly?
I'm sorry, can you say that again, please?
That is, there's a reason why you say, why you limit the requirement to opt in every 2 years to the employed financial advisors rather than all financial advisors.
Yes, just to be specific.
Specific, and again, I just want to be clear about this. I was asking you some questions a moment ago about whether the requirement of an opt-in every 2 years applies to only the clients of employed advisors or all clients of both Westpac's employed advisors and authorised representatives.
So my understanding is that we did the opt-in for all clients regardless of whether they were pre or post FOFA from the beginning for the salaried planners.
Yes.
And then a couple of years later, we extended that requirement to the BTGL aligned planners. That's my recollection.
Do you say that somewhere in your statement?
I don't see that here.
Can I suggest if we bring up footnote 6 on that page? You see it says Btfg has gone beyond FOFA obligations in relation to Btfa advisors and applied the biennial opt-in requirement to all clients rather than clients who commenced their arrangements after 1 July 2013.
Yes.
And just taking that statement in parts, but in reverse, 1 July 2013 is the commencement date of FOFA.
Yes.
And Btfga advisors are the employed advisors.
That's right.
And Btfg is the complete financial group.
Correct.
And just looking at that footnote, do you still say that you think, in fact, the footnote is wrong and Btfg has extended it to all clients, regardless of whether they're clients of BTGL or Btfa?
I don't think the footnote's wrong. I don't think it's fully comprehensive.
So you think that at some point in time there was an extension to BTGL and you just didn't record it in your statement?
That's my recollection, yes.
And when do you think it happened?
I think it happened 2 years ago, maybe 3.
And just again, so we can try to make sure we've understood where your evidence is now, my recollection of what you've said this morning is that when FOFA commenced on the 1st of July 2013, Btfg extended the requirement to give a fee disclosure statement every 12 months to all clients,
That's my understanding.
regardless of whether they were clients of Btfa or BTGL.
That's my understanding.
And then you'd said a couple of years after that, you thought that Btfg had extended the biennial opt-in requirement to all Btfa clients.
No, that sorry, I know it's confusing. BTFA started at FOFA.
I think initially, you remember we had a discussion, you said...
I understand what you're
different
trying to
requirements,
distinguish. I'm happy to try to
and you
say it back to you if you
you
like.
distinguished between when the two obligations were extended. I'm a bit concerned as to whether some of this is things that you're just saying without really being certain about.
Well,
so why don't you just tell us exactly what you remember now?
I'm doing my best to tell you what I recall. There were a lot of different dates and changes, and this is one. There's one element of this I'm not 100% certain on.
Mm-hmm.
So the BTFA, if I say back to you what you just said, BTFA, which is our salaried advisors, from the start of FOFA, we issued fee disclosure statements to all customers and started the opt-in process for all customers, regardless of whether it was pre or post FOFA service arrangements. The fee disclosure statement, my understanding is applied to BTGL customers as well from the start of FOFA. And then my understanding is that a couple of years later, we imposed the 2-year opt-in for all BTGL customers, because they would have had to do the post-FOFA ones anyway. My understanding is a couple of years ago, we then extended and asked them to do the 2-year opt-in for people who had pre-FOFA arrangements as well. That's the subtlety. And that's the one date I'm not sure of.
Assuming for the moment that that's the case, does it follow that therefore Westpac supports the idea of removing the limitation on the application of FOFA to fee disclosure statements and biennial opt-ins?
Yes.
That is, it thinks that all financial advice clients who are receiving ongoing advice, regardless of when they entered into those arrangements, should have to opt in at least every 2 years,
Yes,
and also should receive a fee disclosure statement every year.
definitely.
All right. And is there a reason why Westpac thinks that clients shouldn't be required to opt in every year?
Just administrative burden, in short. Not sure that it would add a lot of extra value. I don't profoundly object to it, just think that it would be an extra administrative exercise that clients wouldn't necessarily welcome, that would add costs that would ultimately be borne by customers, and which would potentially distract time that planners could be spending with their clients, giving them advice.
Well, let's just see if we can take apart some of those things. Presumably, as you explained before, the issuing of the biennial opt-in is done centrally rather than being done individually by the planner.
I believe that's right, but it would generally involve the planner contacting the customer to talk through their arrangements.
All right, I'm struggling with the idea that it would somehow be a distraction for the planner from working for the client to have to call up the client and actually talk through with the client what the client's needs were and whether they still needed an ongoing fee agreement.
Well, some of these clients are being spoken to on a regular basis by their advisors anyway, so they would view it as an unnecessary administrative burden. The advisors have a, in some cases, reasonably sizable portfolio and of customers they would have to ring. So I'm just saying it, if you spend time doing that, you're not spending time doing something else.
Presumably, though, you need to be contacting your clients anyway and talking with them about what their needs are.
In some cases, largely yes, but it depends on the nature of the relationship with that advisor and their client.
But it must be every case. That's the entire point of having an ongoing fee agreement, is that you are receiving ongoing advice and there's an ongoing monitoring of your needs.
Well, different clients view it differently. Some clients do want an active set of meetings frequently. Some clients view it, as I mentioned earlier, as a bit of a retainer relationship where they can ring up and bounce things off their advisor when they want to, and sometimes they're quite happy not to do that for quite a long time, but still like to know that the advisor is there. I know people like that.
You know people who what?
I know people who pay for an advice relationship and are quite happy about the fact that it's at their discretion to ring up the advisor and talk to them.
And I'm going to ask you this, and not facetiously, these are very wealthy people that you're speaking about.
Relatively speaking, that'd be true, yes.
And can I suggest to you that's quite an important point, because the subset of clients that need to have an ongoing advice relationship and are in a position where they're happy to just leave somebody to monitor their no doubt very substantial investments are going to be very wealthy clients.
It depends on your definition, but broadly, I would say yes.
All right. Now, we'll return in a moment to that. So, accepting your point that there might be some clients that don't apparently would find it burdensome to be told once a year rather than once every 2 years what they were agreeing to receive. The other point that you raised was that it would involve some that it would involve some additional cost.
Yes.
And that's a cost that would ultimately be passed on to the clients.
In effect, yes.
But as it is, Westpac already issues every year a fee disclosure statement.
Yes.
Issues every 2 years an opt-in requirement.
Yes.
Is making changes to actually attempt to ensure that it's providing ongoing advice throughout a year.
Yes.
It surely cannot be a meaningful additional cost to require a client to confirm once a year rather than once every 2 years that they want the service and agree to pay the price for the service.
I understand your point, but the nature of that conversation is probably a longer conversation about what sort of relationship the customer wants, what sort of needs they want. It's not just a binary, are you happy to tick a box and send the form back? And so if you think about the number of conversations and outbound calls that an advisor needs to make and the follow-up that's required to make sure that the document comes in and all those sorts of things, it adds up over time. So I'm not saying I have a profound objection to it. I'm just saying I think our judgment is 2 years is okay, given that there's also an annual disclosure statement.
Well, one of the problems with 2 years being okay, as you've identified, is that you have a significant fees for no service problem that you're having to get to grips with this year.
Yes.
And one of the ways that you might control the fees for no service problem is by the opt-in.
Well, we would say that the opt-in is already happening. The issue where we have the difficulty is on then making sure that the records of the actual advice to meet the standard that has been agreed with ASIC are sufficient.
But your proposition earlier was, it's not the best control, but one of the ways in which you can control the fees for no service issue is by at least requiring the client to confirm that they want the service and they're happy to keep paying for the service, and by implication that they've received the service they've been paying for in the past.
I think the point I was making was that was a perception. I was saying I thought that might have been a perception of the advisors themselves as to why they were covered in that respect. But we've clearly seen in terms of what we've agreed with ASIC that a higher standard is required than that.
It might well be the case, and certainly the case, that a higher standard is required than that. But nevertheless, surely getting client consent every year to continuing to pay for services and agree to what those services are is a way of making sure the client gets what they pay for.
It's a contributor, yes, but it doesn't meet the ASIC standard alone.
Do you regard financial advisors as a profession?
I think it should be. I think it's moving in that direction, and I think more reform would be helpful to make that happen.
Can you think of other professional services where it is regarded as too burdensome to ask clients each year if they still agree to pay for and receive an ongoing service?
I don't know.
I'm sorry?
I don't know.
Does that mean you can't think of one?
I haven't thought about it.
Does it seem to you that fundamental to the nature of a profession is if you're providing a service to a client, you will agree on exactly what that service is and agree on how much you're going to charge for that service?
Yes.
And that in any other profession, it would be very surprising to hear a member of the profession say it's too burdensome to have that confirmed even on a yearly basis.
I don't know.
You don't have a view about that.
I haven't thought about it.
But you do have a view that changes are needed in order to professionalise
Yes.
the industry.
Further, yes.
And do you have a view about how Westpac can encourage the professionalisation of the industry?
Well, we've continued, I think in our submission to the interim report, we made some statements about things that we're supportive of. We would continue to advocate with ASIC for improvements in that and with the other industry bodies.
So one of the things that Westpac supports is individual licensing of advisors.
We do.
And another thing that Westpac supports is the establishment of a single independent central registration body capable of assessing qualifications.
We do.
And that would also be a body that would have the power to impose conditions or consequences in the event of a failure to comply with professional standards.
Yes.
And so in that sense, it would make planners like other professions. The lawyers have the Legal Services Commission, or the admissions board. Doctors have various medical boards that have to supervise them and ensure that they comply with professional standards.
Yes.
And that's what Westpac wants.
Yes.
And Westpac also supports increasing personal responsibility of advisors because of the significant responsibility associated with providing financial advice and the potential ramifications for clients where advice goes wrong.
Yes, we do.
And do you think that as it is, Westpac and BT's consequence management frameworks and other controls that it has in place to manage conduct risk are sufficient to ensure that the necessary level of rigour and standards are brought to the provision of financial advice?
I think they are, but I would clarify and accept that at the moment it's catching errors and fixing them, and we have more work to do to make sure things are done right the first time.
I want to try to understand something about the way in which the professionalisation of financial planners relates to fees for no service. You agreed yesterday, and you say in your statement, that some of the reasons, or at least one of the reasons why the fees for no service conduct occurred was that advisors chose not to provide the services.
In some cases.
And you've added the qualification in some cases. You don't know what proportion of the cases are cases where the advisor has simply chosen not to provide the service.
No, I don't.
And that's because the review that has been undertaken to date of Westpac's employed advisors hasn't been focused or hasn't attempted to identify whether it's a deliberate choice or not.
Well, where we found planners who have clearly not met their obligations and or have given bad advice, you can draw some inferences about that, and there would be some of the examples. But more broadly, in the end, sometimes it's difficult, unless you were to sit down and interview every individual, to know what was going on in their head and whether it was inadvertent or intentional.
And in the case of the BTGL advisors, that is the authorised representatives, Westpac is at a much earlier stage in terms of trying to figure out what has happened.
Yes, we are.
And we talked about yesterday the fact that you identified, you made an estimate that about $991 million was taken in for ongoing advice over 11 years by those BTGL advisors.
That was the total amount, but we don't know how much of that is at risk, if much at all.
You gave a notification to ASIC on the 27th of June 2018, a breach notification in relation to the two advice licensees.
Yes?
And that notification was built off or took into account a report that Deloitte had prepared for you in relation to BTGL.
That was a contributor to it, yes.
And Deloitte had observed in its report that there were no controls monitoring the fee disclosure statement activity and limited controls monitoring delivery of ongoing advice services.
Yes.
And you've just are in the process of developing a pilot for remediation of ongoing service fee conduct in relation to securitor and magnitude.
That's right.
And I think that was, the pilot was certainly being developed as at the end of October of this year.
Yes.
Has it been rolled out yet?
I believe it's underway now.
I see. And the consequence of all of that is that you just don't know to what extent the failure to provide advice within your advice licensees was deliberate.
That's correct.
And
we also, if I can just clarify, there's a presumption in that statement. We don't yet know the extent to which advice wasn't provided either.
that's right, you neither, well, you don't know the extent to which advice was provided, you don't know where it wasn't provided, whether that was deliberate or inadvertent.
Yes.
And it may be difficult to distinguish between deliberate and inadvertent in any event.
Yes.
And what that may reflect, can I suggest, is a cultural issue within financial advice, which is that pre-FOFA and in the past, financial advisors weren't professionals, weren't offering advice. They were effectively a distribution mechanism for wealth management products.
I think that's largely true, and I would observe that financial advice evolved over the last 20 years, starting very much in the way you characterize it as a distribution channel and gradually transitioning into more of a profession.
And that change is relatively fundamental because for a long time, financial advisors were receiving ongoing commissions in relation to the financial products that they were acting as the distribution mechanism for.
Yes.
And what then happened was that, particularly with the advent of FOFA, they were, by legislation, no longer permitted to be a distribution mechanism.
That's a good way to characterize it, yes.
They were being forcibly transformed into a profession
Yes.
to provide advice to customers.
I think it was already, the subtlety I'd say is I think it was already moving in that direction, but FOFA formalized that.
The writing had been on the wall for
Yes.
a few years.
Indeed.
And the discussion about whether or not, I withdraw that, the concerns about the commissions being paid to financial advisors had been known for some time.
Yes.
And the possibility of legislative reform had been foreshadowed since probably about 2010.
I wasn't in the country then, so I don't remember.
And at least one institution had moved in about 2010 to try to switch new arrangements from being commission arrangements over to advice arrangements. But you're not aware of.
I don't know.
In any event, can I suggest what the fees for no service problem suggests is that the switch from commissions to ongoing advice, which was intended to be a profound shift in the nature of the relationship between the advisor and the client, didn't actually result in that profound shift.
I think that's too broad a statement.
That is, you think in some cases it did result in the shift?
Yes.
I'm sorry, go on.
I think in the vast majority of cases, my sense is that the financial advisors are trying to do the right thing. But clearly there are cases where that hasn't happened, or people haven't gotten the memo about the shift that you described.
Well, your institution is effectively going to refund around 20% of the ongoing advice fees that it took in over a 10-year period to customers.
I'm not sure if the number's quite that high. But
Sorry, from the employed advisors.
Yeah, I don't know if the number's quite that high, but
I think,
that order of magnitude?
I think from memory, and I might be wrong, it was about $600 million in total ongoing advice fees that were taken in over about 10 or 11 years, and you're presently provisioned to refund $117 million.
I'm happy to accept your rough number, yes.
And in the case of the authorised representatives, you just don't know.
That's right.
What the amount
One
is.
subtlety I should just draw out, though, is as we discussed in the past, in some cases the refunds don't necessarily reflect the person not getting the advice, it's that the file isn't there.
Yes, you don't know
I'm
whether
just-
the advice was provided.
Right, I'm just making the subtlety of the way you put it.
It could have been provided, as your point is, just no one kept any record of it.
Not sufficient records, yes.
And I wonder then if you can then consider this. If financial advisors are now going to be truly professionalised, what role do they have within a bank like yours?
Well, that is an issue of ongoing discussion. One subtlety I would say is that as we've seen, the systems that are required to demonstrate compliance and record keeping, the controls around that are substantial. And I would make the point that an institution like Westpac has the resources to invest in those systems and to sort things out when they do go wrong. So the counterfactual, if you like, of them not being in institutions and being out on their own means you either have to have large independent companies or you have a fragmentation of the industry, and then in that case, you don't necessarily have the resources to invest in the controls to give the clients the comfort level that ultimately we all seek.
I've seen this explanation that you've given before. I'm not sure I entirely understand it. So can we just try to reduce it down to its essence? Your point is it's possible for an institution like Westpac, if it chose to do so, to invest a lot of money in developing systems in order to ensure compliance.
Yes.
And whether it chose to do that or not is a matter that no doubt Westpac has to think about.
Yes.
And one of the problems is that the more you invest in having to actually achieve compliance, the more expensive advice will become.
Yes.
And what that suggests is that in the past, for a long time in the past, that nobody has been paying the true cost of advice, of high quality compliant advice.
I suppose you could draw that conclusion. I'd have to think about that more.
And isn't one possibility as to where all of this goes that it's recognised that for most Australians, they don't need an ongoing advice relationship with a financial advisor?
Possibly. I'm not sure most Australians have one, but there's a reasonable portion of Australians that would see value in that.
And if they see the value in it, then presumably they see the value based on what the actual cost is of receiving high quality compliant advice.
Yes, and of course it follows then that the higher you put the cost, the fewer people will see the value.
But the cost in this case is something where we're talking about what it actually takes in order to deliver quality advice to people.
Yes.
It's an odd proposition to say, well, you can afford advice, it's just it won't be very good quality advice.
Yeah, I guess the subtlety here, though, is, of course, the psychology that people may choose not to engage with their retirement planning, and they may end up much worse off in the future. So they might make a short-term decision based on a cost that they see and say, well, I don't want to do that at all. And then in the long run, they might end up worse off.
I just wonder, again, if you think about the majority of people, and again, not very wealthy people who want to just leave a financial advisor to manage their wealth, but most ordinary people who are receiving a wage and have children and buy a house, and they want to pay off their mortgage, and their retirement is going to be provided for by their superannuation. You agree?
Well, you've actually raised a couple of different issues in there.
All right. You think about this then, just in terms of retirement. For most people, their retirement is going to be provided for by their superannuation.
Most people believe that. I'm not sure that's always correct.
The system that we have in Australia is intended to work on the basis that most people's retirement will be provided for by their superannuation.
Yes.
And the development of the My Super product was one that was intended to provide for a simple, low-cost way that would be suitable for most Australians.
I think it's intended as a backstop for people who don't want to get more involved in thinking about their future. And so, yes, it provides an important product for many Australians, but it is a backstop and on its own for a large number of Australians, a simple My Super product is not going to be sufficient to give them the retirement that they might think they're going to have.
That's your view, that for most Australians, a simple My Super
I don't know
product.
whether it's most. I'm saying we're talking about portions here.
Well, is that something that Westpac's thought about?
A bit, yes.
And is that something that you have a view about whether or not a My Super product is suitable for most Australians?
I think the My Super product is suitable, and I think it plays a really important role. I think, though, there are a lot of people who think that just because they have a MySuper product, their retirement is sorted out. And I'm saying I don't think that's always true.
It may be also that we're being insufficiently specific about it. It may depend who has issued you with your MySuper product.
Yes, although the concept of MySuper is to put a quality standard around that, which we're very supportive of.
And in terms of then the benefit of an ongoing fee arrangement to somebody who comes into a Westpac branch, is that something that Westpac tries to put a value on?
I'm sorry, can you just say that again?
Well, people come into a Westpac branch, and as I understand it, your view is you need to have financial planners available so that if they come in, they could enter into an ongoing arrangement.
For some people, but I'm not suggesting that a financial planning arrangement is appropriate for everybody by any means.
Does Westpac have a process or any position as to for how many people an ongoing fee arrangement is appropriate?
Not a specific number, no.
Does it have any way of evaluating the value of an ongoing fee arrangement to customers?
Not in a quantitative sense that I can point to, no.
Do you know how advisors within Westpac assess whether clients need an ongoing service?
At a high level, I have a view on it, but I don't know if we have a specific exact framework for that or not.
Well, you have a policy. I can show you it if that would help. Can we bring up WBC.119.001.0011? So this is the policy for your, and this is for your employed advisors.
Yes.
In relation to ongoing advice services. And if we go to page .0012, and you see at the very top of the page 2.2 key points.
Yes.
You should only offer to provide an OASA when Roman numeral 1, you are satisfied that you are able to discharge your obligations under the OASA. Roman numeral 2, it is in the client's interest to have an OASA, and Roman numeral 3, it is appropriate to their needs and expectations.
Yes.
And beyond this policy, are you aware of any other guidance that Westpac has as to whether an OASA is appropriate for a client?
Not specifically, but I would assume that that's part of the training for the financial advisors.
Are you aware of how Westpac evaluates whether or not clients who have gone into an OASA should have gone into an OASA?
Well, my understanding is that would be part of the pre-vet process that we go through and the quality assurance process we go through when we look at the files, the statements of advice.
Do you know whether Westpac has performed any analysis to try to determine what the characteristics are of customers in a general way for whom an ongoing advice service agreement is appropriate?
No, I don't.
Does that seem surprising to you?
I'm not saying it hasn't happened. I'm just saying I'm not.
You just don't know?
No, I just don't know.
I just wonder, when you're forming a judgment about whether it makes sense for Westpac to continue with a financial planning business, whether necessarily part of that is trying to figure out how many of our customers actually genuinely need to have an ongoing advice agreement.
Yes, that forms a part of it, certainly.
And when you say that forms a part of it, certainly, is it something then that you've taken into account thus far in your thinking?
Well, I've said publicly recently that we're thinking through how we make advice available to different segments of customers. And implicit in that statement is that we have to look at the different segments and understand where that sort of an advice relationship makes sense for them as well as for us.
Nobody thus far has come to you and shown you an analysis of what the characteristics are of your customers that actually require OASAs?
Not specifically, no.
When you say not specifically,
Well, we generally have a conversation about the fact that advisors tend to be more suitable for more affluent customers who are more actively engaged in their investments, have more complex needs, and so there's a general understanding that in any event, financial advice is likely to be targeted at the upper end of our customer base.
and if a customer comes into a Westpac branch, would you expect that ordinarily they would be directed towards a financial planner within the branch?
Not unless they expressed needs that suggested they had a more complex requirement or had that interest.
Does it seem very likely that the people with the level of affluence for whom an ongoing advice arrangement are appropriate are likely to be coming into a branch to talk to somebody on the front desk about where they can see a financial advisor?
But many of them do, not the front desk per se, if you're talking about the tellers, but many of our customers have personal bankers who look after their needs, and in the course of those discussions, issues would come up where they'd say, really, sounds like you should talk to an advisor.
I see. I want to now move to a more general topic in relation to the bank assurance model.
You putting in this service policy?
Yes, Commissioner, thank you, I attend to that.
Hodge, Westpac Ongoing Advice Service Policy, WBC 11900100011, Exhibit 7.55.
Thank you. Does Westpac aspire to increase the share of its customers' wallets?
Yes.
And is one aspect of that Westpac aspires to increase the number of its products that are held by each of its customers?
That follows, yes.
Now, there's traditional banking products, things like mortgages, credit cards, lines of credit, everyday transaction accounts, deposit accounts, all those sorts of ordinary banking products. Presumably those are one type of product that Westpac aspires to have its clients acquire more of.
Yes.
And there are then other types of products that over time Westpac, like the other big four, has moved into, which are wealth management products and financial advice and insurance.
Yes.
In terms of where the point that you have reached, as I've understood what you've said yesterday and to an extent this morning, Westpac has recognised that there is a potential for conflict, or the potential for the perception of conflict, between both owning and operating the wealth product manufacturer and owning and operating the advice business.
Yes.
And it has made the decision that in order to address that potential for conflict, or perception of the potential for conflict, that it will, or it has exited from the manufacture of wealth products.
Yeah, asset management products, yes.
And that's involved the divestment of BTIM.
Yes, although we've done that in several steps, but yes.
And you've commented already about your thinking at the moment about your advice business, and that's something you're thinking through.
Yes.
And then in relation to insurance, what's Westpac's view about whether it ought to stay in insurance?
Well, it depends which aspect. So many of the times when a customer needs insurance correspond with when they're doing something related to their banking. So we'd like to be able to offer good value insurance products to customers at those times. The extent to which we want to manufacture that product itself depends on the product category.
So in relation to home insurance, that's something where you're comfortable that you can do it well?
At this point in time, yes.
But in relation to some other insurance products, life insurance, I assume.
Life insurance we still manufacture.
I see.
Auto insurance we don't.
Is it important, do you think, that banks do more than their traditional role of accepting deposits and offering finance?
I think possibly, and I'm happy to explain the rationale for that if you like.
Yes, please.
So the way we think about this business is that banking is ultimately an annuity business. The value comes from having long-term relationships with customers, and that is, it's best thought of as a service business rather than a product business. And so we grow the value of the company over time by encouraging people to deal with us for the full range of their needs over their lifetime. And that's what we're trying to do. And so in thinking that through, we want to be able to support them at different times of their life. And as people go through their lives, the nature of what they need changes. They develop often very good relationships with our bankers, who they come to want to talk to when they're making big decisions in their life. And so our view is that if we can do a good job of helping people over time, then that will lead to them doing more with us. But it's not about selling a particular product at a particular time. It's about building a relationship where they come to us over the years and continue to come back when they need something else.
Ultimately, you generate profit by having more customers acquiring more products over a period of time from you of a higher value.
Yes.
Do you think that...
But if I can just clarify though, but the value can go up and down for an individual relationship over time. It's not just add more products. It's what does the customer need at that point in their life. The value is in the duration of the relationship.
Because and I think one of the points you're getting at is when we talk about this idea of aspiring for a share of a customer's wallet, what you don't want is somebody after 5 years switching from Westpac and going over to one of your competitors.
Correct.
You don't want to lose effectively the profit from that customer.
Correct.
Understandably, because you are a profit-making business.
Yes.
And do you think that from the consumer's perspective, the way in which Australian banks have gone into wealth management has been a success?
I think at a high level, clearly not.
And what does that suggest to you about the bank assurance model?
I don't think banks fully thought through how the model needed to evolve to be consistent with being part of a service business that focuses on long-term relationships.
Is it the case, do you think, that the movement into wealth management assumed a capacity on the part of banks to provide compliant financial products and financial advice? I'm sorry, not financial products, I'll say wealth management products and financial advice, when in reality the expertise of most banks is only in providing compliant deposit accounts and loans?
That's one way to look at it. I think banks just underestimated how different the models were and how the model needed to evolve to be consistent with the way banks should run themselves.
And is that a way of saying that in trying to seek this growth outside of their traditional areas, what the largest of Australia's banks failed to recognise was the subtleties of some of these other markets?
Yes, I mean insurance, for example, traditionally was, you referred previously to the commission model and that they were distributors. Through the 90s and the early 2000s, the insurance brokers started calling themselves financial planners. I think banks made assumptions about the way that they went about that business, thought that it would sit neatly within the framework of banking, and clearly underestimated how much change was going to be required to make that work.
Do you think that, to return to something we've touched on a number of times, that high quality financial advice is ever going to be something that is affordable for ordinary Australians?
I think potentially if it's done through technology.
Could you just explain what you mean by that?
So there are a number of developments around the world in what's sometimes colloquially referred to as robo-advice, which is where a customer essentially self-serves by putting in their information, taking tests around their risk appetite, their understanding of finance, and then the system, based on what they've put in, says, well, given what you've told us, here's what the system would suggest. And then it's up to the customer to decide whether they want to go ahead with that. I think developments in that regard are going to become more available and be more scalable for ordinary people.
That, though, then is something very different from this model of a professionalised financial advice service.
Yes.
We're talking about now professional financial advisors potentially competing in the future with effectively computers and algorithms.
Well, I think it'll be different horses for courses, different approaches for different segments.
If Westpac is not manufacturing wealth management products, what is the financial proposition for Westpac shareholders in continuing to have an advice function?
It's more challenged.
That seems like a very understated answer, perhaps deliberately. You mean it's difficult to identify exactly what the purpose is of holding an advice business if you're not manufacturing?
Well,
the
it's more
investment
challenging in the sense that we genuinely do have a large number of customers who are very happy with their advisors. We have a large number of customers who do, it's not all customers by any means, but we do have a significant number of customers who do look to us as a trusted source of advice, and we'd like to be able to help them with that. So to just walk away from it entirely to a certain extent is to abandon our customers in an important respect. Not for all, I'm not suggesting for all, but we do have those customers, and so we have to work through what's the right approach for the different groups of customers that we have.
I understand. If I can take a few parts of that. One point is there's a certain segment, presumably quite a small segment, but nevertheless a segment of your customer base who values the financial advice that they're being provided with.
Yes.
And if you were to give up all financial advice, then the question would be what happens to those particular customers?
Yes.
But more generally, the reason that no longer manufacturing products makes it more challenging to continue with a financial advice business is because the advice business wasn't about providing advice, it was about distributing products.
No, not exactly. So we were quite happy prior to some of the things that we've gone through in the last couple of years. The decision to get out of, for example, BTIM did not therefore imply that we needed to get out of advice. It's been the rising cost of advice that has created the challenge of that. The advice, though, in itself was never designed to be a massively profitable exercise, but it was important as a service to customers. And going back to my earlier point about wanting to help people through their lives, we felt it was an important thing to be able to offer to our customers to help keep them in the family, if you like.
Well, and again, I don't want to traverse over old ground, but I think the 3 points you're making are. One, there are customers who benefit from having this service.
Yes.
Two, when you owned the actual products or manufacturing the products, then having an advice business was, although not itself particularly profitable, a useful distribution mechanism for those products.
Yes.
And three, the big change then that has happened over the course of the last 2 years is that there's suddenly a real urgency and significance placed on delivering high quality compliant advice, and that means the cost of providing the advice has gone up.
Yes, the only subtlety I would take with that point is it's about the verification that the quality of the advice has happened, not necessarily suggesting that the advice itself was poor.
Understand. Now, in your statement, you make a point which is that conflicts arise both within and outside vertically integrated financial institutions.
Yes.
And you then list various measures that financial institutions may put in place to manage those conflicts.
Yes.
Would it not be simpler to simply avoid those conflicts in the first place?
That is an option in some cases, but most businesses have the potential for conflict of interest at some level or another. An independent financial planning industry with a tied distribution arrangement for a manufacturer has a conflict. You can have conflicts in lots of different
I'm
businesses.
sorry, an independent advice licensee, did you say?
I'm
Was
saying
it tied?
if you have a standalone advice business, for example, that does a distribution arrangement with an insurance company, there's a potential conflict in that. So I'm just making the point that the organizational structure itself does not create the conflict, nor does it protect against the potential for conflicts.
Yes, it's always possible that you could enter into an arrangement if you're an independent advice licensee that could put you in conflict.
Yes.
But presumably if you professionalise advice licensees and they operate like other independent professional services organisations, then they won't be entering into arrangements that would put them in conflict.
You would hope so, but I think that isn't necessarily a guarantee that you're not going to still have conflicts.
Well, typically there's a reason why we don't want doctors entering into agreements with pharmaceutical companies to
Right.
distribute their drugs. Your point is the same thing would apply to financial advisors.
Yes.
And so that's something that you would think would go along with the professionalisation of the industry.
Yes.
And also something that you would think would go along with at least the FOFA bans on commissions.
Yes.
And in fact, it's difficult, perhaps with the exception of insurance carve-outs, it's difficult, isn't it, to see how those sorts of distribution agreements could be permitted under FOFA.
I agree.
So your point then is there's really no reason, if you've professionalised advice licensees, to allow them to enter into conflicted arrangements.
I'm not sure I know enough about the topic to go that far.
I see. When a customer comes into a Westpac branch, do you think what they are expecting is the staff to provide advice or to sell them a product?
It depends. You'd have to be specific on what category, and it depends what they've come in for.
Well, presumably, if they come into a Westpac branch, what they're expecting is to be told about Westpac products rather than anybody else's products.
If they're walking in off the street and they're a non-customer and they want to open a relationship with us, then that would be true.
And you may or may not have a view about this, but what then is the significance of the distinction between general advice and personal advice when it comes to only offering Westpac products within a branch?
Well, it really goes to the point you were making earlier that for many customers, their needs are relatively simple, and going through the full process of giving personal advice and all the controls and documentation you need to put around that can be cost prohibitive for many ordinary Australians. One of the core ideas behind FOFA was the creation of this general advice category, which was designed to make it much simpler to be able to provide simple products for people in an affordable way without tripping into all the obligations of personal advice.
Understood. Commissioner, is that a convenient time to take a 5-minute break?
Yes, if I come back at 11.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Hartzer, I want to move to two last topics each of which come out of the submissions that Westpac has made in relation to the interim report. The first is about variable remuneration within banks. You would accept that remuneration and incentive structures are capable of encouraging poor conduct?
Yes.
If they're poorly designed?
Yes.
And Westpac has recently changed its incentive structures in line with the Sedgwick recommendations.
Yes, we have.
And for retail bank employees, financial measures attract a maximum weight of 30% when calculating variable reward payments.
That's right.
Westpac has addressed in its submission, and it may be useful to bring this up, the doc ID is POL.9100.0001.0906. And if we go to page 7 and paragraph 16, and the first point that Westpac makes at the beginning of that paragraph is that Westpac remains of the view that it is appropriate and consistent with all relevant stakeholders' interests for some component of variable reward to be based on the employee's measurable contribution to the financial performance of the company.
Yes.
And in terms of frontline staff, their contribution to the financial performance of the company will ultimately be about having more customers take up more products of value, which, as you say, may vary over time, but from Westpac.
That's one way to characterize it. It's also about growing the number of customers that we have, managing the deposit relationships as well as the balance. So it's balances, it's retention. It's not just selling widgets.
No, I understand. There's a difference between a widget and a banking product, is your point.
No, my point is that a lot of the activity that our people do are about retention, about helping people manage their money better, which ultimately generates a larger balance sheet and more value for the company, yes, but this often gets characterized as sell more products, and that's not all of what they're focused on. And so in other words, they add value through retention activities and supporting customers, not just through the process of selling them another product.
And when you speak about rewarding or having a financial measure that has a maximum weight of 30%, how does that take into account retention activities?
So the measures that we use, it depends on the role, but the measures we use now will be about net growth in deposits, for example, net growth in customer numbers. And so that net reflects the fact that, yes, you're getting new customers to join us, but you've also got to look after the ones that you've already got.
And each of those types of things of net growth in customer numbers, net growth in deposits, that would be included as part of a financial measure?
Yes.
Presumably another measure might be net growth in loan balances?
Yes.
And all of those things, all of those types of net growth contribute to the improved financial performance of the company?
Yes.
And what Westpac wants to do is to incentivise its staff to first achieve those types of net growth, and second, by achieving those net growth, contribute to the financial performance of the company.
I'm not sure I quite understand that construction.
What I'll take it in parts. What Westpac wants to do is to incentivise its staff to contribute to that net growth of deposits, net growth of customers, net growth of loan balances.
Yes.
And ultimately, from the shareholders' perspective, that's in the interests of shareholders.
Yes.
And sometimes the framing of this can make it appear as if the banks are just pushing products onto people and people don't want the bank's products. But presumably your view is quite obviously people do want our products.
Well, my point is that the way that, as I said earlier, we view this as a service business. It's an annuity business. You want people to bank with you over their careers or over their lives, and they'll have different needs through that period. And so you, yes, want to encourage them to consolidate their business with you and stay with you over time, and that grows the long-term value of the company.
Or just stepping back a bit, from the perspective of a customer, or from most Australians want mortgages. They want to be able to deposit their money in accounts. They want a credit card. They want home insurance.
Actually, the way we talk about it is they want to buy a home. They want to manage their money. They want to have a good retirement. They want to be able to afford a lifestyle. And that's an important point, because that's actually the way we run our business, is thinking about how do we help people buy homes. The mortgage is an element of that process, but it's not the full process. Just like internet banking is a critically important part of what we offer to people to help them manage their money, we charge nothing for internet banking. So yes, when you get an everyday banking account, you have a margin on that, we earn money on that, but that money provides support for the full range of the service we're providing.
I understand. The point I'm trying to get you to agree with, which I don't think I think you do agree with, is you are offering products that people want.
Yes.
And for them, acquiring those products is in their interests for the reasons that you've talked about. They get a mortgage so they can buy a home.
Yes.
And for you, it's in your interest to be able to sell those products to them because you generate a profit, and that's good for your shareholders.
Yes.
And the more products and services that Westpac is able to sell, the greater the returns to its shareholders.
Just the subtlety of that is it's not the number of products, it's the depth of the relationship, which may or may not mean another product. I'm just taking issue with the way you frame that, because it's often viewed, as you said, as we're trying to flog products. That's not what we're trying to do.
Well, there's two aspects to it, isn't it? One is you want a growth in the number of products and the number of customers.
We want growth in the depth of the relationship. That is, the number of products can be an element of that, but it is not synonymous.
I think a cynical person might think you don't make any profit simply from having a deep relationship with somebody. The deep relationship that you're talking about means something in financial terms to Westpac.
In the sense that people consolidate their holdings with us, yes, that doesn't mean necessarily more products.
And what you mean by a deep relationship is that people will come to Westpac for their banking needs rather than going to another bank.
Yes.
And so the deep relationship has, can I suggest, these aspects to it, that people will, if they need them, acquire more products from Westpac.
Yes.
And people won't choose to leave Westpac and go to another company.
Yes.
And you want to incentivize your staff to try to achieve those outcomes. That is, people acquiring more products if they need them and not switching over to other companies.
Yes.
And one of the ways in which your frontline staff might be able to do that is to do the things that everyone is always complaining about in relation to banks, which is to offer good service.
Yes.
And one of the ways in which at a technological level you might be able to do that is by having a high quality internet banking platform.
Yes.
And so that's a reason why you might also have some sort of financial measure relevant to the variable remuneration for those employees who are dealing with the development of your technology platform.
I'm sorry, you lost me.
Well, you want the employees who are developing your technology platform
Yes.
to produce a platform that will encourage customers to come to and stay with Westpac.
Of course.
And in that way, that will contribute to the financial performance of Westpac.
Yes.
And you therefore want to incentivize your employees to achieve the high quality platform which you measure based on the financial performance.
I'm sorry, you lost me again.
Let me...
I'm trying.
No, I know. No, it's my fault, Mr. Hartzer. You have financial performance metrics for effectively all of your employees. There'd be some that within risk that are different.
Generally, yes.
And the reason that you do that is because you want to incentivize them to contribute to the financial performance of the business.
Yes, but I should just clarify, by financial metrics, the people building our mobile banking platform are not given financial revenue targets necessarily unless they're particularly involved in some aspect that generates revenue.
I see. As it moves up, though, the organisation, so once you get up to the higher level people that will be in charge of the section developing that sort of technology, they will have financial metrics.
Again, it depends where you draw the line. I'm not trying to be difficult, but if you're talking about the technology department, their metrics are going to be quite different than the retail bank.
Let's just stick with frontline staff.
Okay.
The point that you're trying to make by your submission is that it is that variable reward is effective at incentivising the behaviour of staff.
Can be, yes.
If you reward somebody based on a particular outcome, then you expect an increase in whatever the metric is for that outcome.
Broadly speaking, yes.
And for a bank, the way to increase financial performance is to get, one of the ways is to get a customer into a product.
It's one of the ways, yes.
And one of the things that Westpac wants is more customers acquiring products that they want within the risk appetite of Westpac.
Yes.
And therefore, variable reward is a way of incentivising your staff to contribute to that outcome.
Yes.
And the challenge then that you've recognised already is that variable reward can encourage poor conduct in order to achieve the outcomes.
If it's structured badly, yes.
And the problem is it's easy to measure pure financial performance.
Yes.
And it's much more difficult to measure other things relating to behaviour.
It can be.
And so, in terms of your position about variable remuneration, your position is we should be able to continue to offer variable remuneration, but we have to have the right process to be within that structure to be able to ensure we're not incentivising poor conduct.
Yes.
And that there's nothing inherently wrong with variable remuneration is your point.
Yes, our view is if it can drive bad behavior, it can also drive good behavior if it's structured well.
And the challenge then is trying to figure out how you drive the good behaviour rather than the bad behaviour.
Yes.
The alternative would be to try to drive the good behaviour in other ways.
Well, you need to do that too. I'm not suggesting REM is the only way that you motivate people.
Is REM, do you think, a more effective way of motivating people than anything else?
No, I think it's one of the ways that you motivate people, and I would say it's an important tool in the toolkit.
How do you think that you develop the right ethical culture within an organisation?
Well, that's a very broad question. I would say it starts with clarity of purpose of the company and the way that the senior leaders talk about what they're trying to do, and then the way you embed that in what we think of as the hardwiring and soft wiring of the company.
I want to then move to another topic coming out of your submissions. It appears that Westpac opposes many of the points that are raised in the interim report.
You can be specific.
All right. It opposes preventing authorised representatives from recommending a product manufactured or sold by the licensee.
Yes.
It opposes prohibiting remuneration of financial advisors based on value or volume of sales.
Entirely yes.
It opposes requiring annual as opposed to biennial opt-in notices for ongoing fee arrangements.
Yes.
It opposes structural separation between product manufacturers and advisors.
Yes.
In respect of consumer lending, it opposes any duty being imposed on intermediaries beyond that proposed by the Combined Industry Forum.
Yes.
It opposes a ban on trail commissions for intermediaries.
Yes.
It opposes a ban on introducer programs.
Yes.
It opposes industry codes being given legal or further legal effect.
Yes.
And do you think that one of the reasons that Westpac opposes each of those changes is because there will be an effect on the profitability of Westpac's business?
That's a component of it, but that's not the main driver. You'd have to go through each one, and I'm happy to explain our view on them. The way you describe that sounds like we're completely opposed to change, which we're not. But each of those points has subtleties around them.
Is there a culture you think within Westpac that is resistant to change?
No.
When APRA initially approached Westpac about undertaking a self-governance assessment, was Westpac happy to do that?
Well, we certainly, are you asking it in the context of the CBA review?
Yes.
Yeah, so we certainly expected that we would need to look at the CBA review and understand what the implications were, if any, for us.
Well, I'm assuming you've seen this document, can we bring it up APRA.0050.0001?
Can we have the number again, Mr.
sorry.
Hodge?
APRA.0050.0001.0253. This is a note by APRA of a prudential consultation between APRA and Westpac.
Yes,
And you've looked at this in the course of preparing to give evidence?
I have.
Okay. And it's recording, but I'm sorry, you were present at the consultation?
Yes.
And amongst other people, Mr. Byers of APRA was present?
Yes.
There's a slight oddity, which is the note for the file is dated the 6th of August 2018, but the prudential consultation was held back on the 9th of May.
In this case, I remember the
2018.
meeting, so it doesn't matter what the date was.
You'll see that there's a section at the beginning which is observations from the prudential consultation.
Yes.
And the 5th bullet point down says, Brian thinks unfair everyone has to go through CBA exercise when nothing has gone wrong to CBA's scale.
Yes.
Was that a view that you expressed at that meeting?
I saw that. I don't recollect saying it quite like that. That doesn't sound like, I don't think I would have said it quite like that. My point was CBA had a series of massive public and customer issues that were well understood. Storm Financial, ComInsure, AusTrack. These had been very large, very significant things, and it had been well reported that those hadn't been addressed very well. And my point was simply, we haven't had that. We have issues. We're dealing with them. And my concern was that the very extensive exercise that CBA was asked to undertake by APRA, which was very large and very comprehensive, it didn't seem obvious to me why we should have to do the same exercise. I wasn't resistant to us looking at the issues that came out of the report. In fact, I sent the report to our entire staff and said everyone should read this. That characterization is not, I don't think, a fair summary of how I thought about it.
You can see from the preceding bullet point, the context in which this was coming up was about the self-assessments that APRA was proposing that the other institutions would have to undertake.
Yes?
Am I understanding you to be saying you weren't expressing any resistance to undertaking a self-assessment?
No.
You were happy to undertake the type of self-assessment that APRA was proposing?
I was happy to undertake a self-assessment. My issue was that I was aware that the scale of the self-assessment that CBA had to do was extremely large, and that it wasn't obvious to me that we should be required to do the same level of exercise. But I wasn't resistant to us doing one. It was a debate about the scale and the scope and how it was done.
And in the end, were you happy with the scale of the self-assessment
Very
that
much
APRA
so.
asked for?
Yes. Well, actually, just to be clear, I'm very happy with what we ended up doing, which I believe APRA was happy with the way we did it, and it was a fantastic exercise.
And you found it valuable in terms of understanding your institution?
Very much so.
And was there an issue with collective decision-making and collective accountability that became apparent to you through that exercise?
Yes, that was one of the things that came out of it.
And could you explain to the Commissioner what that issue was?
Well, my summary of the self-assessment we did is every coin has two sides. And what we found often were things that we often thought of as strengths of Westpac also could become weaknesses. So in the example you give, a strength of Westpac is it's a very collaborative place, and people don't generally let organizational boundaries get in the way of working together to create good outcomes for customers and to run the business well. The consequence of that, though, is sometimes where the organization has been managed through a matrix, that clarity of accountability as to who it is that actually has to make a decision or get something done has become a bit diffused. And so that's been that's something I've been aware of actually for a while and been working on, but it was something that came out of the report.
And does that make it hard, do you think, to bring about cultural change if there tends to be an assumption of collective responsibility?
Well, I think that in itself is one of the things that we have to address, and we're addressing in a variety of ways. I don't think, as a cultural trait, I don't think it necessarily gets in the way. The organization wants to do the right thing. People want to work together to get good outcomes, but we've got to work a bit more on structure and clarity of accountability and so forth. And in that respect, the BEAR regime, for example, has been very helpful.
Commissioner, I tender that document.
Prudential consultation note of meeting 9 May 18, dated 6 August 18, APRA 005000010253, Exhibit 7.56.
Thank you. It's been very helpful, the BEAR, because you've had to map out the accountabilities of individuals.
Yes.
Do you think that the BEAR, or do you view the BEAR as being primarily concerned with prudential issues?
I think it's pretty comprehensive, actually. So no, I would say it's broader than that.
Do you think if you view the BEAR as having been helpful in terms of mapping out the accountability as required by the BEAR, that there would be any reason not to expand the scope of the BEAR to make sure that it covers other accountabilities?
Well, I think it's a matter of degree and how much bureaucracy you want to put around the process. I think my view would be, in the way that we now drive role clarity for our people through the company at levels below the bare accountable executives, it's very much informed by what the accountable executives have to do. So there is a natural cascading that happens anyway, and has happened. I'm just not sure whether the formality of the bare process applying throughout the organization would add much more to that.
As to this question of formality, can I just ask you about the role of APRA as prudential regulator, and to distinguish between two roles that APRA might have, that might establish a very formalised, elaborated structure. That's one end of the possibilities, or it may simply use its existing supervision personnel and mechanisms as means and mechanisms of questioning, nudging, inquiring, suggesting, challenging. Do you have any view on whether APRA should play that role, could play that role, or should go to a more formalised, elaborated structure?
Well, I have to say, I think we're pretty lucky with APRA. I think APRA is a very good regulator that serves the country well and performs its role very well. I think a bit more formality around the BEAR has been broadly helpful. I think it's important that it not devolve into a box-ticking exercise, as I'm sure we would all agree. But if you start with the premise, and it is my premise, that we set out to do the right thing, we set out to manage our company in a good way, we set out to have a strong balance sheet, we set out to deliver good outcomes for customers, then an interactive relationship with the regulator where they do poke and prod and it is more back and forth and what do you think about this and we're worried about that and back and is really helpful, and we find that incredibly valuable. And you know, from time to time, appropriately, they pull us up where they think we're not meeting a standard and they give us a hard time or take more formal action. That's fine, and I think that's appropriate. But I would not want it to devolve into too formalistic a mechanism, because if you start with my premise that we're trying to do the right thing, having an interactive dialogue is incredibly helpful.
And ultimately, the entity itself bears the immediate and direct responsibility for how it runs itself.
Yes.
We start from that premise.
Yes.
And the centrality of that premise can never be denied.
Yes.
But how familiar are you with what's been happening in other jurisdictions about prudential supervision starting to take closer interest in matters of conduct, compliance, regulatory risk and matters of that kind?
I'm reasonably familiar with it, Commissioner.
And is it something that we need to be doing in this country, something that we are doing in this country? Where do you think we are at the moment?
I think, well, clearly there's been a massive hit to trust for the sector, and it's really important that we restore that. And I think the regulators and their ability to attest to the fact that they've gotten into the detail, had a good look, are comfortable, have strong powers to intervene when things are going wrong. I think that's an important part of restoring that trust. I think, as with all things, there's a continuum, and you can go too far, and you know, I'm sure you know what I mean by that.
Sure. And should APRA, as prudential regulator, be able, in effect, unbidden to start challenging the board, the chair of the board, or should it be dealing only with the executive level of the bank? How do you see APRA intersecting with the entity itself? At what levels or level?
I think all levels. I think that happens today. The chairman of APRA and the senior APRA people come and meet with our board at least once a year, it might be twice. And there's a formal discussion, part of which I participate in, and then at some point I leave so they can have that conversation without any executives present. I think that's appropriate. I do think day to day the interaction should be with the management, because I think there is a danger of asking board to become management. But I think clearly the board needs to get comfortable with its responsibilities for overseeing the risk appetite and the risk management framework, and in that they should absolutely have feedback and consultation with the regulators.
Yes, yes, Mr. Hartzer.
Thank you, Commissioner. I want to then explore with you one aspect of the change in culture, or Westpac's change in culture, which is something we began with yesterday, and that is the relationship between Westpac and ASIC. Mm-hmm. I think you would be aware that in May of 2015, ASIC held the view that of the big four banks, Westpac appears most resistant to ASIC and the laws we administer, and yes, that there is a sense that Westpac only tells us about issues when they think we are likely to find out about them through other means, and that they are reluctant to give us any more information than the minimum amount of information.
I'm aware they held that view.
And since then, Westpac has taken some steps to try to improve the relationship.
Absolutely. It's really important we have a good relationship with ASIC.
And those steps appear to have been relatively recent, in the sense that it was as at June of this year that you were seeking to reset your relationship with ASIC.
I think that's been we described that as a more formal step, given we had a new chairman. But from the moment I became CEO, I reached out to ASIC to try to improve the relationship. But, well, actually, at first I was surprised by that perspective. That was certainly not ever our intent, to have that approach. I met with the previous chairman of ASIC shortly after becoming CEO and made it very clear to him that I wanted a good relationship. I wanted to be transparent with them. If he had an issue, this was my mobile number, please call me anytime. So that's certainly something we've been working on since I've been CEO.
By about May of this year, ASIC, I think had expressed or given feedback to you that while Westpac's relationship with ASIC had improved, at times Westpac did not always engage and behave consistently.
I'm aware of that perspective, yes.
And that was part of the reason why you were again in June of 2018 looking to formally reset your relationship with ASIC.
Yes.
And ASIC attended Westpac's 19 June 2018 board meeting.
Yes.
And sought to, we gather at that meeting, there was an attempt by both ASIC and the Westpac board to agree that it was important to maintain a respectful, open and constructive relationship.
Certainly.
And that's what you're aiming for now.
Absolutely.
And do you have, or have you thought about the reason why you didn't have that sort of relationship in the past?
Yeah, I think there are a couple of things that have contributed to that impression. And again, I would say it's never been our corporate intent to have anything other than a constructive relationship with ASIC.
And what are the reasons that have contributed to it?
There have been a couple of things. I think we spoke yesterday about the regulatory team that we've beefed up. I think historically we were a little too centralized in the relationship with ASIC. What that meant was that some of the frontline businesses were not necessarily as plugged in and aware of what was going on or what ASIC's concerns were. So there's a bit of telephone tag going on. And so businesses might do things that ASIC would think, hey, we told the company that, but that message wasn't getting through well enough. So we've taken steps to have more direct meetings between the line executives and ASIC counterparts, which helps keep that dialogue going. I think that's been really important. We've had a number of significant legal cases. We don't like to go to litigation if we can avoid it, but we have had a couple of occasions where we couldn't agree and ended up in litigation, and that inevitably, I imagine, colors things. And clearly there's been some questions around how we deal with notifying ASIC of matters and breach reporting and getting more clarity and control of the process of that, which I suspect has contributed, and that again is something we've taken steps to address.
It doesn't seem as if any of the reasons that you've identified are cultural reasons as distinct from process reasons.
I would agree with that.
Have you considered whether, it may now be fixed, but whether there was a cultural issue that contributed to this?
The only aspect that I might put in that category would be around, particularly going back a few years, when we had issues related to a particular staff member or something, and legal privilege was looked at before communication to ASIC happened. And so there may have been a sort of I know one of the issues we've done to try to address the breach thing has been to talk about how we can limit the number of cases when legal privilege would be claimed in the process of working through an issue.
The breach issue is that in about June of this year, ASIC provided Westpac with feedback about Report 594.
Yes.
That's 594 is the review of selected financial services groups' compliance with the breach reporting obligation.
Yes.
And ASIC's feedback to Westpac was first that Westpac had reported fewer significant breaches than other entities, and those breaches had more affected customers and higher financial effects.
Yes.
And second, ASIC thought this was because Westpac applied a higher threshold when interpreting the meaning of significance.
Yes.
And I think I said two, there's a few more. Third, Westpac's ability to readily identify non-significant AFSL breaches is constrained compared to the rest of the industry?
Potentially.
That was ASIC's
Right.
feedback to you.
Yes.
Fourth, ASIC was concerned about Westpac's ability to get matters into the pipeline.
Yes.
And do you agree with those observations from ASIC?
Well, I think they are statements from ASIC's perspective, so in that sense I agree with them, although I think there are other aspects to the breach process.
Do you think Westpac applies a higher threshold to the significance test compared with other institutions?
Well, until that report, we didn't have any visibility about how other banks did it, and we certainly have said, and I think we said in our submission, that more clarity as to what definition of significance, what the definition is, would be very helpful. We think that would be a useful reform. I would add, though, that we have nevertheless increased the number of voluntary disclosures to ASIC, so significant breaches are not the only times that we alert ASIC to issues, and the number of voluntary notifications, even if they weren't classed as a significant breach, has included, and that those numbers are not in that report.
Do you think that the results, and particularly the difference between Westpac and other institutions, says anything about the extent to which Westpac has historically engaged with ASIC?
I don't think so. I think this is about process and clarity of protocol for dealing with things. It certainly doesn't reflect any lack of intent to have a good and open relationship with ASIC.
When you think about the difficulties that occurred with credit card limit increase offers back in 2012 through to 2014, and these breach reporting issues, and the history of litigation you have with ASIC, do you draw any conclusions about culture within Westpac from that?
I don't.
Do you wonder whether collective decision making might encourage attributing problems to being process problems rather than culture problems?
Not necessarily. I could see that collective decision making could have contributed to slowing down the process of working breaches through the system. And I can completely understand why, from ASIC's point of view, if it's taking longer for breaches to come, they can draw the conclusions that you describe. My perspective, being in the organization, is it's not a lack of intent, but that collective decision making and not strong enough process around breach reporting could have contributed, and something, as I said before, we're trying to fix.
Thank you, Commissioner. Nothing else.
Thank you, Mr Hodge. Mr Sheehan?
Just two matters, if I might, Commissioner. Yesterday, Mr Hartzer, you were asked about ASIC writing to the bank in 2014 in relation to the CLI problem.
Yes?
And this is a transcript 6794 to 6795. And you disagreed with the proposition that ASIC intervened in 2014 because it had discovered that that you hadn't changed 2 years before.
Yes?
And you said you thought you had seen a document that mentioned that ASIC was aware of the processes that you were following.
Yes.
Can I ask you to look at this document, please? ASIC.0010.0005.0489. Just want to draw your attention, Mr Hartzer, to the text commencing at the bottom of that first page. You'll see it's a letter from ASIC to Westpac of the 13th of January 2014. And over to the top of the next page to the end of the second full paragraph. No, the next page is page 2, which is 0490. Thank you.
Yes?
Is this the document you had in mind?
I suspect so. That paragraph starting as a result of previous discussions, I think, is what was in my mind when I said that.
Thank you. And Commissioner, this morning Mr. Hartzer was asked about the document that became Exhibit 7.55 that dealt with the current policy in relation to ongoing advice. I was going to simply tender, if I might, a document which just gives a slightly fuller statement of the current policy on that topic in case it assists. It's WBC.119.001.0001. And the text in particular dealing with the subject who was examined about is at 0002.
The ASIC letter to Westpac of 13 January 14, ASIC 001000050489, Exhibit 7.57, the ongoing service arrangement policy WBC 119.001.001, Exhibit 7.58.
So, sorry, Commissioner, I meant to tender the two documents. Not
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there anything arising out of that, Mr. Hart?
No, thank you.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Hartzer. You may step down.
Commissioner?
Could we take a break for 5 minutes, Commissioner, and change around the parties, or would you like to take a longer?
No, well, yes, but no. Shall we say 10 to midday?
Thank you, Commissioner.